So, we are good to go. Dobar dan, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome you in our session. Today, we are going to have a timely and a highly important discussion about probably one of the greatest and most imminent challenges and problems of our times. Of course, I'm talking about disinformation. Disinformation is omnipresent. Even though it affects all of us, there are some among us who have to deal with this problem on a daily basis as a part of their professional lives. I couldn't have asked for a more knowledgeable panel assembled on the stage today to guide us through this conversation. And what I mean by conversation, I'm going to explain in a minute. Is Miss Ambassador Braja with us? Miss Braja, can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely, I can hear you. Can you see me?
Oh, yes. No, yes, we do. Excuse me, if I make space for you in the introduction part. It's my great honor to welcome Miss Ambassador Baiba Braja, who's the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO. Thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be at Bled, even though virtually. Sorry, we couldn't find a way logistically to get there on time.
Nothing to be sorry about. We are looking forward to your contribution to the discussion. I am very delighted to welcome Ms. Raimonda Miglenaite, who is an Information and Communication Officer at East Stratcom Task Force at the European External Action Service. Thanks for joining us. I want to welcome, we have another high-ranking representative from the EU, Mr. Friso Roskam Abing, who is the Senior Advisor on Strategic Communication in the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, FRA. We have two more guests from the other side of the Atlantic. I'm delighted to have Mr. Matthew Jacobs with us, who is the Senior Digital Coordinator in the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs at the US Department of State. And it's also my pleasure to welcome Mr. Scott Carpenter, who is the Director of Policy and International Engagement at Jigsaw at Google. I'm very delighted to be joined by this wonderful panel. Now, in the next 75 minutes, we are going to engage in a very insightful and interactive and inclusive discussion. What I mean by that is that we are not going to separate the panelists' discussion from the audience participation. You are very welcome to join the conversation, but since we have many guests, I would ask for your forgiveness that I'm going to start with an initial round. I'm going to ask questions, and then I'm going to announce that I have opened the floor to the audience. Then you're very welcome and invited to be a part of the discussion. But before we dive in, I want to hear some voices from the audience. Let's do a little poll. What do you think? Do you think that the communications in general, not only in terms of disinformation, do you think that the communications of the West, in a general term, proactive enough, or is it rather reactive? You can shout it out. Reactive. Nobody says proactive. That's the reason we are here, so that's completely understandable. I want to start with a fun fact. Has anybody heard of the Twitter account, Is EU Concerned? Yes. It has 70,000 followers, and it is it is kind of a satire account, but what they do is basically cite and retweet various EU leaders expressing their concern about stuff which are happening. And even the very existence of such a public space, such an account, and such an interest in that space makes me think that a conversation about our communications is absolutely necessary. At this moment, I want to turn to Mr. Abing. It's undeniable that some of us, many of us, European and non-European, think that the EU is, in terms of communications, often one step behind. As an experienced European communicator, do you agree with that assessment? And if yes, where do you see room for improvement?
Burak, thank you for the question and also for inviting me and the Fundamental Rights Agency to this panel. Cannot be a more relevant topic which we have to address. You said it yourself, one of the most important one. Just let me tell you very personally, I am a father of both a Millennium generation kids as well as Generation Z. And I've told them just recently that for me, I'm afraid that this is the biggest crisis. You know, however big climate crisis is, however big the COVID pandemic problems were, this is so fundamental, fundamentally underpinning everything which we now see, which constitute crisis in Europe, that we cannot, never ever underestimate the importance of addressing this. Now, to your question, yes, I agree with you. We were, and maybe to a certain extent still are, a step behind. And at the Fundamental Rights Agency, we actually acknowledged this about 5 years ago when we had to be very honest, very self-critically honest, saying, are we sufficiently reaching the people we want to reach beyond our bubble? Yes, we reach those who already agree with us, but can we reach to what some would refer the conflicted, persuadable middle, a very big group of people who may not be negative to human rights, but just simply are not sufficiently informed about this? Are we using the right tools, the right channels? Are we trying to establish a rapport with them using the right messengers? Are we using the right momenta, picking up on what happens in real time, in real life news topics? Are we sufficiently smartly communicating? That was our real big question. And I'll spare you the entire process, but I think what is interesting is that we did consult people outside our usual bubble, the human rights experts. So we consulted cognitive scientists, linguists, epistemologists, those who look at the theory of knowledge. We looked at PR specialists, data analysts, a whole wide group of people who we asked to assist us in ultimately more effectively and in a more smart way communicating human rights. But let me qualify that immediately. It doesn't mean convincing people or persuading people. I think first and foremost, what we need to learn, we as the agency, and I think as the EU, is better listening and understanding what people who may not share our views, who do not share them initially, what they actually think, where they are, why they think as they do. And maybe we should be doing a much better job in actually actively listening to them, really listening to them. This will be very time consuming. Sometimes it will mean knocking on the door to door. It will mean having individual one-to-one conversations. But if we're not ultimately interested in establishing a rapport with the people who are not sufficiently aware now of, in my case, human rights, then we'll miss the boat. There's no point in debunking myths. There's no point in only focusing on fact-checking, which we should do and continue. So my message in this initial statement is, and that's why I was happy with the title of this specific segment, Communication for Cohesion. And I think that's right. We miss cohesion in societies, not only in the United States, I think, which has a split society. We see regrettably also growing in EU member states, where we have big segments of society against each other, which we should avoid. So cohesion is indeed the ultimate goal, not necessarily immediately persuasion.
That was actually a great final sentence for for the bridge I was imagining, because I want to turn to Mr. Jacobs and ask him about the American side of things. Would you say that America is concerned too? Can you please tell us about the communication strategies of the US? Is America concerned about the fact that Europe is concerned?
Yes. I can say that the EU is a valued partner of the United States, and so if the EU is concerned, of course the United States is going to be concerned, because we like to work hand in glove. I mean, you see, even in this context of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, we repeatedly said nothing about Europe without Europe, and we stand by that. So if there is anything that is concerning to Europe, it is concerning to us. In terms of the communications side, we share the same concerns. And in fact, I was just writing all the things down that I can't say anymore that I was prepared to say, because I believe that we have a very similar approach to this. You're absolutely right that cohesion is not persuasion, and it is not about bringing everyone to the same direction. Cohesion is about allowing everyone to participate in society and giving everyone access to the objective information necessary to sustain the democratic process. And we see that as being one of the fundamental roles of communication, where that is communicating with our own citizens so that they can be informed about their own decisions that they make at the local level or the state level, or where that is communicating with foreign audiences abroad and making sure they understand what our policy is and what are the justifications behind it. They don't necessarily have to agree with it, but we simply want them to understand our process and our way of thinking, if for nothing else than to increase the rhetorical value of having concern. And to make sure that they understand that we see ourselves as a partner, and that we value them as a partner for us. So we are very much invested in that communication element. And I think a lot of that, providing the access to information, is our biggest concern, because at this point, the operational paradigm at which governments operated on in terms of producing information and sending it to various news outlets or various channels, that channel-based approach has been completely upended by the introduction of the digital media information economy, where those who used to be consumers are now producers, are now editors, and are now those who are really giving value to whether we have any sort of credibility, whether we have any sort of relevance, or whether we have any sort of impact. So we need to address our concern that perhaps we are not as fully engaged or as fully effective in communicating in this space because we don't understand the larger societal ramifications of the information economy in which we find ourselves operating. We have to remember that all of our institutions, all of our democratic institutions, were funded under this previous paradigm in which we had channel-based information flows, and now with that no longer existing, we are concerned about our ability to adjust and change those institutions in a way where we react to the current climate in a timely manner that allows us to keep building cohesion, to keep building societies, and to keep providing the lifeblood of a democratic society through information.
We have already heard two great statements from the European side and the American side. When you combine Europe and America, and the first institution I think about is of course NATO. So we can dive into the current issues at this moment. Ambassador Brage, since the beginning of Russia's war in Ukraine, at least I am observing that NATO has been gaining popularity among the people. The critical voices have decreased because people are understanding how important it is to have the ability, the capability to deterrence. But do you agree with that statement? I think you do. What kind of a role do you think did the public diplomacy efforts of NATO play in this process?
Thank you very much for both this sort of very reflective and more philosophical question and the framing of the panel. I think that we are going the right way. I think ultimately for us as international institutions, as NATO or the EU or others, we have our mandate, so that we have particular expectations why we are established and what our role is, what we need to fulfill. So we are not an answer for each and every day everyone's problems, but we need to make sure that those particular goals and objectives that we are given, those mandates, that we attempt to fulfill it not only with policies but also effective communications. And for NATO, of course, that is keeping our 1 billion citizens safe and making sure that their security and defense is ensured. And NATO is a unique institution in that respect. And that is why, in the time when Russia is attacking Ukraine and attempting to eliminate it from the face of the earth as a country and as a nation, that people feel that the most fundamental rules that we have all agreed upon on this one earth we share, that those fundamental rules, laws are violated because there is one country attacking another without any justification. So the interest in NATO has peaked. We have never had such a large support among our population's interest globally. And what we do, of course, is also to attempt to answer that not only through our political leaders' decisions, but also how we communicate about it. There are certain givens that we clearly know that we need to know our audiences. So in terms of reassurance to NATO's own citizens, in terms of clearly telling them what we are doing to protect and defend them. So we do an in-depth audience research. We have lots of data, lots of understanding what our audiences in which countries are thinking and what their needs are in terms of our not only policy decisions, but how we reach them. Second, of course, the wider mission of deterrence, making sure that Russia or other potential challenges clearly know of the unity and commitment to defend our populations and every inch of the alliance's territory. So we make sure that also our understanding of the hostile communications and our ability to reach the audiences in these societies and countries is quite clear. But also, of course, we have many partners and many interested eventual collaborators, not only among other countries in the world, but also private sector, also NGOs, civil society, other international organizations with whom we work together. So obviously this cooperation and partnership is essential to achieve the objectives that we have, both to understand our audiences, our hostile sort of challengers, but also to make sure that we have shared this understanding, that we have invested in maximum technology capabilities, the most modern use of those technologies, that we have top people and that we share this knowledge with our partners, both on the government, non-government, private sector, and learn from them is crucial to make sure, again, that the world that we want to see, where countries live in peace and security, where countries can choose their destiny, that we support that through the communications and through our conscious approach to that. Obviously, we will never go back to the channels, as our US colleague said, as the main sources of distribution of information. Audiences are much more fragmented. They are not very cohesive, be it in our societies or elsewhere. It's both a challenge, but it's also a possibility, and actually it's an opportunity, because there are no borders in information space. Even in China, you can penetrate that information space. It's much more difficult, but it's possible. And that's why we have quite a lot of effort in fact-based, open, transparent communications to make sure that we achieve the objectives and goals that we as the Alliance have put to ourselves, but also through partnership with other international organizations, partners, private sectors, and others.
Thanks for these great insights, Ms. Ambassador. At this moment, I want to turn to Ms. Miglenaite. You, as a disinformation expert, just like I introduced in the beginning, you're working at East Stratcom Task Force, which is officially responsible for effective communications, which Ms. Brage also referred to, in Eastern Europe against Russian disinformation campaigns. I'm wondering what has changed since the beginning of the war. Since the beginning of the war, there's a popular opinion that Russia is losing the information war. Would you agree with that assessment? Can you please share with us your insights?
It's certainly losing information war here in Europe and probably globally. The question is what's happening inside of Russia. But that's an entirely different question, actually, and it could be a different panel. I'd like to come back to the beginning of your question about effective communications and sort of reflecting of what has been already said. I represent a unit that was really at the inception of EU-wide efforts to counter disinformation. In 2015, European Council gave us a very specific mandate, counter Russia's ongoing disinformation campaign, and hence a Stratcom team was created. I'm happy to represent that team. So it was seen that strategic communication is, one of the tools to fight disinformation. But I think it's important to emphasize that it's just one of the tools, not maybe the tool. It's a part, of a bigger package. The way we have worked, and it has evolved a lot, but we've focused a lot on strengthening EU communications in the region, adjacent to Russia and to Europe, so Eastern Partnership countries, exactly with the understanding that our communications have to be effective, accurate, understanding that we as institutions, we compete with cat videos and whatever the latest ice bucket challenge of TikTok is, how do we get that attention? So how do we improve our own communications? But secondly, and this is no less important, how do we ensure that there is a pluralistic and vibrant media environment in the EU neighborhood, because we're at the External Action Service, we look outside. And I think pandemic and, of course, Russia's aggression, Russia's invasion into Ukraine really underscored that. No matter how wonderfully we as communications and governments, we as organizations and governments communicate, it is about independent media. It is about journalists. It is about them getting message to their audience. And finally, we do expose proclaimed disinformation. We try to raise awareness about disinformation campaigns with the idea that knowing and being aware will inoculate the public. But that's just a part of the toolbox. I'm happy to talk about it, if you give me the chance later.
Let's wait for a second, because I want to go to the digital and private sector of kind of things, and we are going to talk about in the second phase about the tools, the specific operational tools and solutions, and you're gonna be the first to respond to that. Mr. Carpenter, you are the only non-governmental representative, so to speak, on the stage today. You've heard what our guests have said. I'd like to hear the private sector side of things. What can you tell us about the ongoing digital efforts against disinformation?
Thank you, Barak, and thank you everybody for inviting me to be here. And I have representatives from my team who are also here, and we're very grateful to have the opportunity to engage with you all, because this area is so critical. And it requires multi-stakeholders, a lot of different types of capacities. Jigsaw, I should tell you a little bit about Jigsaw. So Jigsaw is an incubator within Google. And our mission really is to look across the internet, so not only at Jigsaw, Google surfaces, but to look across the internet at threats of various sources and kinds, and to develop technologies that help to keep all of us safer online from those threats. We have an interdisciplinary team, so a team of behavioral researchers, engineers, product managers, a number of other teams to help us parse these issues and develop solutions that we think that could be helpful, generally speaking, not only on Google platforms, but across the web. When we were first created, the first area of exploration for what was then called Google Ideas was to look at violent extremism, which, when we think about disinformation and misinformation today, there's a through line, which is how is it that people find themselves being radicalized? How does that happen offline? How does it happen online? And this is primarily a challenge of information, community, other offline needs like feeling like they need to belong. They self-identify into groups. They have social networks offline that they're then replicated online. And it led us to think about how do you reach people who are in the midst or beginning this process of radicalization, which led us into a lot of research around why we believe that the information we receive online is credible or not credible. So I was saying to Mr. Apping just before the panel that it was our team at Jigsaw that came up with the data schema that allows for fact checks to be machine readable online. So if you did not have that data schema, there'd be no way to surface fact checks to the world. And we thought fact checking is so critically important for people to be able to understand what is true, what is real, what is fulsome, and what is false, what is misinformation. And it is extremely important. But as we all know in this room, fact checking by definition is reactive. And we didn't do a lot of the user experience research that we could have done to understand how people would react to fact checks, which we also all know now is that sometimes, depending on the audiences that are reached, they discount fact checks. Who's fact checking the fact checkers? Who are they to tell us? I was also telling Mr. Abing that in some of the research that we've done, if a news source seems to be very polished and credible, looks very sophisticated, many users discount it automatically. If it looks raw, if it looks a little bit fragmented, maybe the colors are wrong, it can convey that this is credible information, that is something that we can believe, because it doesn't look like the establishment is developing it. So I don't want to get into all the solutions and thoughts right now, but our team and at Google, we think a lot about how individuals and users engage with information. And we've developed a new, more kind of proactive approach, I would say, that we've shared and worked with Stratcom across the region too. We call it pre-bunking. But there's a methodology for doing it well that we are in the midst of piloting in Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovakia with local partners that we look to be able to share more broadly in the coming weeks and months to be able to help us all engage with perhaps a more promising, proactive approach to getting at the large middle, to finding ways to get to them before they receive the narratives that are associated with bad facts. Scaling fact-checking is really hard because it has to be done after the fact, no pun intended. Whereas if you understand what the narratives are, scapegoating, fear-mongering, false dichotomies, that those are the tactics that are used to manipulate people. Maybe that there's more that we can do to reach the broad population so that we can then concentrate on some of those segments of the population which have already gone down the rabbit hole. And we can talk a little bit about what we've learned about that in our violent extremism work, maybe in a little bit later in the panel. Thanks, Barack.
Thanks for your insights. All of you five have given us a lot of food for thought. Now I would like to open the discussion for the members of the audience. From this moment forward, you can try to catch my eye. I'm going to try to catch it back. Does anybody want to say something? A comment, a contribution, a question? Okay, then please try to, you can shout it out, then I'm going to turn to you. I haven't seen that, sorry, please.
Hi, Andrej Hojek from Slovenia. I would like to ask you a specific question. Just a few days ago, CEO of Meta, previous Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg said, you know the story about the Hunter Biden's laptop on Facebook, when the algorithm showed the news very low. And my question is, how do we prevent the, let's say, owners of these multi-tech companies to not censor or use algorithms they know to censor something which is not misinformation but can lead to political, geopolitical, and etc. things in the future? Thank you.
That is a very important and sophisticated question. Maybe Mr. Carpenter or whoever else who wants to.
I think that was directed at me. Just for the record, we are not Meta. Thank you. But we do have this service called Google News, right, which is an aggregator of news sources across the world, across the globe, to surface what we believe and hope is credible news sources for people looking for information about events that are taking place in their midst. And we try to offer, like before, if you think about Google News, it used to be listed as links. It would be like this, right? So again, most popular or most credible, like so maybe the New York Times in the US would be at the top, and then Washington Post, and then whatever, right? We don't present it that way anymore. We present it like carousels, right? So that you're encouraged to think about context, and you're encouraged to think about perspectives. So it's not just one story that you're looking at. You may get the news sources from across a spectrum. So, but to your question about algorithms surfacing news that is perhaps fringy or I mean, we try to, there's a delicate balance. I think this audience right here is really interested in ensuring that the most credible, thoughtful, accredited news sources are surfaced for the vast majority of users on the internet. I think that in this room is something that is really, really important. But there is a subsection of the global population that is not interested in that news. That if Google News is surfacing a news story, it is by definition untrustworthy. And we need to find our news elsewhere. Those sorts of searches are happening on other platforms in other contexts, off the main platforms for the most part, and then circulating back onto those platforms through sharing. So 8chan and 4chan and other services, Telegram groups, WhatsApp groups, etc. So what we have now is a kind of fragmentation of what was already a very fragmented information system, where for a platform like Google and Google News, they're surfacing what we all traditionally have understood to be credible news sources developed in a credible way. Increasingly, especially with younger generation, they're getting their news in completely different ways, and in different societies that we've studied, they get their news in completely different ways. In Africa, Google search is not a thing. Everybody gets their news from Facebook and from their friends. So what their friends are telling them is what is true. So there are a number of, I think, underlying questions embedded in your question that are really complex to address, but this is the way we're thinking about it. What is that continuum, not just of credible information, but how do we help ensure that people are seeking accuracy, even if they have a different political spectrum? How do we create tools for them to understand and parse information, even if that information is not is fringy? So we're thinking about the continuum of how we consume information in different ways across Google.
Does anybody want to, please?
So hi everyone, my name is Daniel, I'm coming from Moldova, and I'm so happy to be in the same hall with so many practitioners in strategic communication, in combating disinformation. I think I would start with a small comment, like there was this forever question, like when we should start focusing our attention on disinformation, and I think you would agree that the right answer would be from the kindergartens, like when you start working with the younger generations to increase their media literacy, to understand how to make a difference between, between the information which is out there, because we are living in a digital world and they are being born in a digital world, and they should make a difference since like early stage. But I would like also to focus on a word which became quite popular in our daily lives, which is resilience. We all are working towards making our societies more resilient and less susceptible towards disinformation and propaganda. So I would like to address a question to all the distinguished panelists, including Madam Ambassador, which is like if you could provide examples on how you, with your background and your organization, could contribute more effectively to resilience, and resilience in terms of creating more cohesion between governments, civil society, media professionals, and business industries, how we can work closer together, and if you can provide also some concrete examples from your field of and your area of expertise, that would be very valuable for our discussion today. Thank you so much for your valuable contributions.
Thanks for this great insight. Mr. Abing, do you want to add something to that? About the, especially I want to pick up on the first part, because in a previous conversation of ours, you basically said the same thing about how important education and media literacy is. So.
Yeah, Barak, and I didn't catch your name, but Daniel, if there is only one thing which I would have wanted all of you to take away from anything which I would have said, it is exactly this, that we may need to look very, very substantially at adding one more literacy to the three core ones of reading, writing, and mathematics. And sorry, that is social media and digital literacy. I won't be able to tell you, because that's not my expertise, at what age this should start. I have seen myself that children get younger and younger a mobile phone already, not maybe necessarily to see news, but we also know that on TikTok, on Snapchat and Instagram, those are providers of news, sometimes reliable, very often not so reliable. So I think we should really very seriously consider this to be a very important aspect. And as you know, the EU has, maybe regrettably, no competence in the area of education. We can just only suggest this to governments, that they really look at this seriously. Response probably will be, yes, but they already have to do so much, and every time you're adding something to the curriculum. But if this isn't a vital thing to add to the curriculum, then I don't know. You know, we would, of course, want to see civic education everywhere, human rights education everywhere. But if we need to give a priority, it will be absolutely this. Brock, I have a few more tools to offer, but if it's in a third round, then I happily pass on the floor.
I'm going to come to that in a minute. Madam wanted to say something, then we're going to start talking about.
Thank you very much. My name is Maja Mazurkiewicz. I'm a co-founder and the head of Stratcom of Alliance for Europe, and we deal with disinformation since a few years. I'm also coming from Poland, so actually I see how disinformation is influencing basically the decisions of people that they are making at the elections. And I strongly believe that disinformation is not, you know, the idea that's out there, but it's one of the biggest challenges that we are facing in the world right now. And I believe, and that will be also my question, because Daniel asked a very good question, how we can collaborate better. We are looking at disinformation and how to respond to it. We can't only think about fact-checking, pre-banking, and education. We also need to look at the cohesive strategic communication. And if we are thinking about the strategic communication, we can take the examples of those that are spreading this disinformation. And I know it's something that quite a lot of politicians and the governments are not eager to kind of take for granted. But what is happening in many countries, including my own, is the narrative is being spread by those that are using disinformation. And what is very much needed is to take this narrative forward, and it's basically to own it for ourselves. So how can you advise the governments? Because I think sitting at the BSFs, there is quite a lot of representatives of the governments in different institutions. How can we advise them to actually use the strategic communication in a better way and kind of have the people towards our vision and our values? Because I think that's something that we need to build. We need to reimagine the new world.
Thank you for this contribution. I think this is a great moment for us to start talking about the operational tools finally. Ms. Miglinaitis, please.
Advising on strategic communications, you know, I would go a little bit further. Whatever study or a paper you read currently on disinformation, including the ones I think that your neighbor has on their lap, you know, the ones that you can pick up here, you will see one thing, among many, is that disinformation actors exploit vulnerabilities. Again, I must preface this and say that we look outside of Europe, specifically Russia, but I believe others are doing the same, exploiting vulnerabilities in our societies. We take it now as a given, I think, but I think it's important to actually understand what that means. Because we are not dealing, especially when we think, for example, of pro-Kremlin disinformation on Russia, we're not dealing with evil geniuses. We're not dealing with masterminds. We're dealing with someone who are opportunistic, who use, you know, gaps in our societies, who use vulnerabilities in our own cognition, in, you know, us wanting very quickly to know very complex things. We learned that throughout the pandemic, that exploit, you know, algorithms in social media that prefer engagement rather than accuracy, that exploit gaps left by policymaking. So, you know, the general advice, so it's not on Stratcom, but as of approach, I think understanding that it is up to us to remedy those vulnerabilities. You know, it's in our hands, and that gives us back the agency. Right, that would be my main, I think, point here.
I think you spoke about Russia. I think that's a good moment to turn back to Ms. Ambassador Brage. Ambassador, can you please enlighten us about the tools NATO employs?
Thank you very much. I also have, I think, I want an answer to resilience question from our friend from Moldova, on examples and a variety. So let me start just a few words on that. I think that is one of the most important angles. And again, nationally, we can define at various levels what we mean by that. But I think in communication sort of sphere, we should define that as the ability of our societies both to understand and also to respond. And here we can define whether that's hostile information, which is consciously trying to affect the ability of your country, of your government, of your private sector to act, and depending again on the sphere, whether to maintain peace and security, or whether maintain climate goals or sustainable development goals, it depends. Then there is, of course, disinformation, which is manifestly wrong information that is distributed. But again, it's not with an aim to undermine the country or businesses specifically, but with some other malicious aim. And then there is, of course, the misinformation that people distribute without any malicious intent. And for us, I think, as again, and I speak as wider global society, it's important to invest in not only in our government's understanding of these three main baskets of types of information, but actually in the whole society. And here the private sector plays an especially important role, both in terms of understanding both the hostile attacks, the disinformation spread, but also how to limit misinformation. So what Jigsaw was telling us is quite a good beginning, but we need other big companies, be it social media companies or tech companies, to be doing more. It's not only about earning and bringing back value to shareholders, it's actually making sure that security, which is a basic need of all our societies, comes first. And their private sector has those capabilities that smaller governments, be it in the Balkan region or in Africa or elsewhere, they just don't have that capability, either to understand the information environment, hostilities, the disinformation attacks, misinformation spreading. And they also don't have the capability to react or respond because they don't know, as they don't understand. So the private sector should be a partner in that huge effort to maintain the security as a basic need, which enables then, of course, the flourishing private sector and everything else. And the positive side that we see also now from the Russian war and the successful Ukrainian defense is how galvanized civil society, open source analysts, private sector have been to enable this comprehensive defense in Ukraine. Private sector, tech sector providing maximum assistance from Starlink to trucks to a variety of cyber defense capabilities where, as we all know, actually it's the private sector that have top capabilities, and Ukrainians have been able to get that support. But also we see that open source analysts, we see that social media have taken up much more active role, that also the governments, international organizations as regulators have taken up very clear defense of information space in this time of the war, banning Russian propaganda channels, but also making sure that there is a sort of more level playing field for a variety of media. What we do at NATO, of course, to enable that is, again, not only investing in understanding the information environment that affects us as NATO, as the alliance, as a peace project that we perceive ourselves and our allies, but also how to support the grassroots organizations. We have grants projects where we essentially enable, the aim is to enable these smaller organizations in our societies, in partner countries, to study, to experiment, to find the best solutions that work in their countries to maintain that resilience or grow it as necessary. We work closely with the private sector, very discreetly, again, learning from them, but also telling our concerns. We work very closely with journalists, with media, not only being proactive, fact-based, and explaining what NATO itself is doing and what the decisions are, but also in learning from them and trying to understand, what they know, what they tell us, which is very, very valuable. So it's a sort of comprehensive, operational, but also capability building mechanism to enable to know that strategic communications is a capability. It's a capability both to understand and to act as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you for your insights, Ms. Ambassador. We are going to come to Mr. Carpenter in a moment and build upon the private sector emphasis of the ambassador, but I think Ms. Miglinaitis wants to add something.
This question of tools, I think it's important to emphasize that it guides a lot of our thinking and work at the EU. In fact, let me take a step back. In our title of our panel, we have a word disinformation. But if you were to look at the most recent EU documents, policy documents in the area, you would find a different terminology. We talk increasingly about foreign information manipulation and interference, recognizing that audiences can be manipulated not just by spreading false news, but for example, by suppressing independent voices, by trying at least to manipulate algorithms, etc., etc. So coming back to my point, another of the EU documents I'd like to mention here, this spring EU has adopted a strategic compass, which is a document that will essentially guide EU common security and foreign policy for the next decade. And in that document, there is a commitment to further develop the toolbox to counter foreign information manipulation and interference. So what's in the toolbox? Tools to actually be better capable of analyzing what's out there. So, social media listening tools, for example, that come from the private sector. Tools of resilience building, and it's a very wide notion. It includes things like digital literacy, media literacy. The problem with resilience building, by nature, it takes time. We deal with a lot of challenges in this field that are very imminent. Resilience building takes time, and we need to be patient, and we need to be persistent. There are more tools. We saw from Russia's invasion in Ukraine, EU sanctioning RT and Sputnik and suspending the broadcast in the EU. It is also a tool of diplomacy and common security policy. And I think EU has invested a lot throughout these years actually in strengthening the cooperation between public and private sector as well, with the code of practice, under which platforms took voluntary commitments to spread the curve of disinformation. Now it has been strengthened with the Digital Services Act. So there's a lot of work specifically on this question. What are these tools and how do we strengthen them?
I'm the moderator, so I don't want to talk about anything, but your example about the ban of Russia today, I think that is a great example of how reactive we are and how not proactive we are. We can talk about the private sector if you like, Ms. Carpenter.
Thank you, Burak. And I thank you for the question about how can we engage more deeply. I think that is a challenge for us. Especially at Jigsaw, we're a relatively small organization, but we do like to share what we learn. As I mentioned, we were first engaged in the area of violent extremism. And we developed a methodology called the redirect method, which I know that my partner here from the State Department knows a lot about. But the redirect method was a methodology. It wasn't something that we were specifically doing, but how we learned to do this type of intervention in a way that others could do. And there were a couple of firms that have basically built their reputation on deploying this methodology. In this context, it is part of the reason my team and I are here is because in this region, there are a lot of smaller languages. There are a lot of surfaces that we don't understand, how they're being targeted and in what ways. So to think about how do we better include languages in some of the tools that we've developed to detect hate and harassment and toxicity online. And so that's part of the reason why we're here, to understand and think through what are the particular threats in this part of the world for us to engage. As I mentioned, this pre-bunking campaign that we kicked off yesterday in Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovakia is done with partners. So it's done, for those of, I don't remember what it stands for, but for those of you who know Poland and the Stratcom's context, the organization NASC, which is kind of part and parcel in some ways of the government, and some non-government, civil society, non-governmental actors help to inform the messaging, what it is that we should be trying to address in terms of the narratives. We are orienting this campaign around a narrative that we anticipate will be much more fully seen closer to the Polish elections, which relates to the costs of refugees in the country, Ukrainian refugees in particular. You didn't sign up for this, Poland. You didn't sign up for this. This government has betrayed you, all these types of things. These are the narratives that you know in advance are coming. So why not try to present, not counter arguments, but just understand that these types of narratives employ different types of tactics, and that those tactics will serve to manipulate you. And we find that no matter who you are, if you're told that somebody's trying to manipulate you, your defenses go up. And so the question is, and that effect, when you're told that, it lasts for a certain amount of time, like 8 to 10 days. And so it has to be kind of continued. But the point is that this is something that we can proactively do, thinking ahead at what narratives are coming. But we can't do that. We can't, only you guys can do that. So yes, over here. Yeah.
Of course.
I just would like to, exactly, Scott, jump on what you're saying, because changing the attitudes of Polish people with the refugees from Ukraine, but also with the Belarusians, because we have a very big Belarusian minority as well right now that came because of the issue. It's already visible. It's not something that is coming. We are monitoring that with our partners since day one of the war. And I think that that's something where we are still struggling to be ahead. We all the time, we're saying that elections are coming in the air. They are, but the attitudes of people are changing here and now. And there are even more, right? They're saying that they are taking the jobs, that they are taking the places in the kindergarten, that they are taking the healthcare, and so on and so forth. So my question is, where is the action here and now? Because if we're talking about pre-banking, right? If we're talking about the strategic communication, that's something that we should have think about in January, December, when we already knew Russian being there.
So part of, this campaign is going on right now for the next 28 days in Poland, so we'll see. And it is an experiment. I mean, it's just a live experiment, a very big experiment, and we're going to hopefully learn a lot about it. But the other thing is that we did not have the academic research to confirm the impact of pre-bunking until about January of this year. We've been doing a lot of research in this area, and to be able to say academically, partnering with a variety, MIT, Harvard, Cambridge University, Bristol University, a number of others, together with members of our research team, to be able to confirm that the tactic actually has some real impact, and understanding how long it lasts. One of the things we did not want to do was do something that, like in the idea of first do no harm, we wanted to understand that this type of intervention would be uniformly viewed as uniformly positive. People like being told and informed about ways in which they might be manipulated, no matter who you are. They appreciate it. They don't see it as being told by the nanny state what to believe or not to believe. So I think that there's something really compelling about this, but we won't know, and we didn't know. And the fact that one of the accelerators was the Russian invasion of Ukraine, like so many other things. So I think we're actually, what's that? Yeah, pandemic before. It's always reactive. But I think for us, this was a huge opportunity to speak publicly and do something together with, and so what we hope to do, as I mentioned about the redirect method, is to publish what we find as to what made the campaign effective or not so much, and then work to tweak it. But to develop that methodology, then to be in dialogue with organizations like yours across the globe, frankly, to begin to address and allow governments and others to reach their populations with these tools. There's no silver bullet. There's no silver bullet, but the idea that in terms of creating resilience, which I think is the word of the day for me, is we need to find ways of developing that resilience going forward, because the attacks are going to change, the tactics are going to change, but if we create a fundamental resilience within the population, then hopefully we're only worrying about small pockets of the population rather than 50, 60% of the population.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to many voices from the audience, but we have to be very mindful of the time. We have exactly 20 minutes, so I'm going to ask everybody to keep it up up to 2 minutes. Frizo, then Matt, then we are going to give the entire voice to the audience, starting with the madam over there.
Maybe have it first, Matt.
Yeah, what was the question? Are we still on tools? Like, we've gone all over. Okay, so the one thing I haven't heard anyone say directly when we talk about tools, we've gone to platforms, we've gone to content, we've done engagements with journalists. One thing we haven't talked about is our staff. I don't hear people as tools. Maybe this is like the hyper-capitalist in me, like rah-rah USA here, but our staff are our tools. Our staff are our people, and we're talking about how, you're talking about how we have to get used to new things and be able to predict things and to understand things and to adjust to all these platforms that were just talked about on here. The one thing that I've seen that has been a little bit difficult for us is how do we invest in our staff? How do I recruit the right staff to be able to engage in this? Because most of this is just a new iteration on old school practices that we've already done. When we talk about looking at complex data sets, we've had analysts. We've had analysts and regional studies people since our ministries were created. I mean, there was a bunch of nerds who got together and thought we should do this together. When we talk about coming up with strategic communications plans, which is a lot of what pre-bunking is, determining what's going to happen, what do we think an adversary might say, what do we think the counteraction to that might be. That's old school communications. I would call that communications, at its very root. But it's just in a more advanced form. So how do we get a staff, and how do we retain a staff who's willing to address and adjust to all these new things that are coming about with us? I mean, we're talking particularly about let's even just go from the digital side of things when we're talking about how do they understand social media and how to do strategic communications on social media. I can speak from the US GSET that I think we have a total of 2 courses on social media in our diplomatic academy. The first one is an intro to social media, and the second one is a trip to LA to look at a conference. Like, we don't have the, I wish I was joking. And so how do we build those capacities? How do we invest in that? And how do we build respect for these new things? Like when we are going to be engaging with Jigsaw and some of the products that you were engaging with, or if we're going to be engaging with social media and we think we have to put a significant amount of effort into what we're doing, how do we build the institutional respect for these new processes in an environment which makes us adopt and adapt to these things rather quickly? And I think that comes from hiring and retaining staff who understand that we're operating in an environment in which new skills are continuously required. So our best tool that we have is our hiring capability.
Thank you. Frizo, please.
Trying to respect your 2 minutes. And Scott, you're right, there's no silver bullet, but let me offer 4 bits of ammunition to the toolbox. And starting with Daniel's question about the resilience, I understand we need serious stuff, but maybe we start with ourselves. So my first response will be that we build up resilience by engaging more in one-to-one conversations with those which do not necessarily share our viewpoint. We have now had 2.5 years of COVID. I'm sure everybody in this room knows somebody who had some doubts about either the virus, how it was created, if it was created, And secondly, about taking vaccinations. What I understand from my colleagues in the World Health Organization, it wasn't helpful that they said, you have to do it, you're putting the entire society in danger, you're wrong. So they embarked on something which they call social listening, which I understand in the literature is also referred to now as deep canvassing, with a view to listening really. So to maybe taking away concerns. What are your concerns about vaccination? And have I answered your question? And putting a lot of questions to the person, but ending with, but do you yourself have question? You can hope that by then, by having provided what you believe to be real, hard facts, information, the right decision will be taken. But that's one thing which I think recent history has taught us. So serious listening. Secondly, please, governments, invest in your civil society. Our agency, again, has recently reported that civic space in Europe is under threat. They are facing legal, fiscal, institutional, and physical safety problems. But they will be very instrumental to helping up, grassroots initiatives, one-to-one, knocking on the door, speaking with people, trying to look for that cohesion. Thirdly, as disinformation is everywhere, I'm afraid fact-based information needs to be everywhere as well. And we just be clever about the channels which are used. And fourthly, I apologize for shamelessly making some publicity, but these are the 10 keys to effectively communicating human rights. I took by mistake the Italian version instead of, out of respect to my Slovenian host in Slovenian. Good news is it's translated in 30 languages, including Russian, Turkish, and other languages. Now, what it contains are basic premises, maybe, basic tools which you have in order, in this sense, to communicate effectively human rights, that human rights are for everyone, need to be protected by everyone, that no, human rights are not at odds with security, they are not at odds with welfare, they are not reserved for a few groups, for terrorists, for migrants, for LGBTI people. No, they're for everyone. As again, we have seen in the COVID times, when suddenly we understood that human rights, yes, they are for all of us. And that we saw that when they were limited in their implementation. We couldn't leave our house. I think by now everybody understands that human rights are not for a privileged few, they are for everyone. And this particular set of very simple tips helps us maybe to more effectively reaching other people, not convincing, not persuading, listening, explaining, finding the right messenger, finding the right channel, finding the right moment. It's for free. Please download it from fra.europa.eu.
I'm not responsible for the advertisement, but do. Now, you talked about listening. I think it's time to listen for us. There was a madam over there. Please, then that madam and that gentleman.
Thank
you.
you.
We have 12 minutes, please.
Okay, so 10 for me and then 2 for the others. Thank you. I'm Lela Bicakic. I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and you didn't convince me with this panel that we are thinking about the action rather than reaction, because all of the actions that are explained here are reactive, and that already proved to be not working simply. So as you mentioned, can we think out of the box and think about the ways how the propaganda, we were basically thinking about the different phrases to describe a simple propaganda. So we call it now disinformation, but it is a propaganda at the end. So in the ideal world, we wouldn't actually have to have fact checkers that we mentioned so many times today, but we would have professional journalists who would do their job right. And then we would have fact-based information as professional journalists should actually provide, right? So why not in the strategies that we were discussing here, we were talking about citizens education, we were talking about fact checkers, we were talking about strategic communications from the institutions and the others, but nobody mentioned journalists. So what it is that is actually making, yeah, you did partially sort of just glanced over, but what it is that makes journalists not do their job professionally. So what have made that turn from professionalism into the propaganda, and what makes them not come back to address that as a part of the strategies to fight disinformation with all these other stakeholders. The information is so deep, the problem is so deep that we cannot really disregard any stakeholders in the process. And I do believe that the journalists, not media, but journalists individually, are part of the solution rather than only part of the problem. Thank you.
I'm deeply touched by your words because I'm a journalist myself, but I'm also the moderator today, so I'm looking forward to the conversation with you after this. And that's not a threat. Please. Then you. Just a moment. Okay. Now you have the mic.
So we're talking about inoculation against misinformation, but a huge part of the issue is also like the credibility that different governments and institutions have themselves. Like there was a time where there wasn't really like a competition for this credibility. There were limited sources in which you could get your information. So who else are you going to ask about these questions? But now there's authentic competition, like social media, people's friends and relatives who feel like they have all the information in their hands because the internet are now essentially competitors to the information that institutions are providing. So how are these institutions going to increase their own credibility? Because removing the misinformation is one thing, but how are you going to increase your credibility so that people are listening to you?
Okay, maybe to follow the same line, I think whatever we talk about, it should be based on science and research. Otherwise, we have guesses against guesses, and I think that returning credibility and trust to science is the first objective. And then if we ask the science what it has or can say about the topic we are discussing here, I think the message is it's not a problem about misinformation. Misinformation is the only one problem. The bigger problem is what science calls bias by omission. There are two fantastic professors, one at Stanford, Matthew Gensko, the other one now at Harvard, Jesse Shapiro, he was at Brown. They did fantastic studies about exactly that. Not what is published, but what is not. And in part, this is connected to what you said. Because if we look globally, we have the whole systems and the countries that do not permit entry to any information in their system. So omit any information which is not the one you like. But then in a democratic systems, we have fragmented problem of the same type. What Gensko and Shapiro showed that what you have is actually big media outlets publishing information about the things only they think matter to their moral tribes. Example, objectively, some young researchers at Harvard did fantastic studies about to take one information from Reuters as a kind of objective source about the event which was really important for the whole society, and then measure which media outlets report on this event. And then you find out that for certain moral tribes, the event does not exist at all. Let me not mention the media outlets. And so, we don't have problem with misinformation. This is the minor. The major is what we don't know by intent because communication systems don't want to share the information about the events which does not fit into their moral tribe's agenda. And I think this is the basic problem because, and you mentioned something about that, because we are not living in a neutral, ideal world where, you know, we have truth and misinformation, but the first objective is to get, and when you mention, you know, how you list it, you know, and then people, in a way, let me put myself in the position of let's say, people that are within the conspiracy theories, because they feel that something is happening. They don't trust anything.
Thank you for your contribution. The gentleman has the word now. We have literally 4 minutes. What? We have 10 minutes? Thank you. We have 10 minutes. Please. But you have 2 minutes, not 10.
No, I'll definitely be much shorter. This is a really engaging panel. I'm really thankful for all of your contributions. And I wanted to come in with this question. I'm so glad that the representative from Jigsaw actually brought it up, which is language. I come from the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, and I'm the Western Balkans coordinator, and we do a lot of work in terms of trying to get a picture of the landscape of disinformation, especially in the region. And this ties into Leila's comments earlier as well. One of the things that we did is we created an online extremism index for North Macedonia, which, as most people here know, is bilingual. And the issue that we ran into is we had this software where we put in a bunch of keywords and it would aggregate content with posts, comments, and everything through forums and everything. And we designed the space that we wanted to explore. The problem came in is that, one, we tried Cyrillic, but a lot of Macedonian people don't use Cyrillic when they write. And we didn't get that context, we had to double. But we knew that because we were Macedonian. And in Albanian, instead of just getting Macedonian, we got content from Albania and Kosovo and everything. So sifting through all of that manually was incredibly taxing on our time. And in terms of analysis, it took a lot of effort. And there was only 2 of us who were doing it, who had the ability to go through that, through all that information. First of all, it's a question, I guess, for Matt and yourself in terms of how are you thinking about these challenges? Because Matt brought the point of staff in there. Are you thinking about these challenges, how you're going to tackle them, and is there an idea for maybe a deep dive program onto exploring this in terms of, because in order to tackle any problem, you need to understand it, and understanding a problem will require a lot of these types of research in terms of aggregating what was done, getting lessons learned, and ensuring it never happens again, or trying to ameliorate it. So how are you guys thinking about this? Are you maybe subcontracting other people, or is that the answer? Maybe, you know, I don't have them, but like it was so daunting to get into that process because we had over like 2.5 million pieces of content to review, and it's just scary. And you have to go through them one by one because, you know, ultimately what you're looking at is something that's generated by humans, which inherently is erroneous. So it requires a lot of analysis. How do you guys go about it? And if it's too big a question, I'm happy to take it outside as well. So up to you guys.
That was a question, but we really do not have time, and I would love to steal some time from our successors, but I love them, so I'm not going to do that. Does anybody want to respond? Up to 1 minute, please. Because I have been too nice. I think I'm going to interrupt you now.
All right, I'll do 1 minute on that one. We have this tool called Perspective, right? And it has been developed to assess toxicity, hate, harassment, a number of other things. The way it works is to develop data sets in local languages, which have toxic language, a sample of toxic language, and then a sample of non-toxic language, right? We don't have all the languages in the world. And we don't have data for all the languages of the world. So if you went through all that hard work of basically tagging information that was either problematic or not problematic, that data set might be useful at some point for algorithms to be able to understand and be able to then do something at scale more quickly so you don't have to do that work again. So it's something to talk about later.
48 seconds.
48 seconds.
Great.
Brock.
Okay,
Check
what I
it
want to
out.
do is that I want to bring this conversation to an end with a contribution or 2 contributions from the audience, up to 30 seconds. Imagine that European and American decision makers are sitting in front of you, which they are. What would you like to propose? What should they do differently? 30 seconds, 2 voices, then we are going home.
Communicate before getting through the strategizing process that takes 2 years. Using action for communication.
Mm-hmm. Who else? We are doing this without a microphone, so whoever is watching us on YouTube, sorry. Any other voices? No. I think that we are on the right path, even though there is a long way to go. I want to thank our great audience for actively participating, our great panelists on the stage and on the screen. Ms. Ambassador Braje, thanks for joining us. Haldies, thanks for joining us. And also to the BSF team for making this conversation possible. I'm looking forward to our conversations outside. See ya.
Good.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
We're just going to wait. For the people to arrive. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the session, The Ethics of Care, a new vision to counter disinformation. My name is Rocio Gañas.
And my name is Maja Mazurkiewicz. We are hosts of this session today.
Yes, and we are part of a team that developed this gathering along with other members of the Global Diplomacy Lab that you can see right there, and the Care and Diplomacy Task Force of Gender Alliance. So first of all, just to explain you a little bit what is the Global Diplomacy Lab, or GDL as we would like to call it, is a member-led platform that explores new and more inclusive diplomacy, going beyond traditional politics by fostering passionate professionals from all over the fields and all over the continent to explore new tools of communication and collective action. And also, we're representing the Care and Inclusive Diplomacy Task Force of the Gender Alliance, which is a cross-network initiative that brings together feminists to work together. And especially with the task force, we aim to generate content and also lead research linking care, gender, and diplomacy in order to contribute to a better or more effective global governance. So this is possible through the permanent support of the German Federal Foreign Office in partnership with the BMW Foundation One, the German-American Fulbright Commission, the Slovenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is our host for this event, and the EAC Berlin. So for this session will be a little bit different of what you would encounter in the Bled Strategic Forum, since we want to invite all the audience to actively participate and engage with us and with our fabulous speakers who are joining us today about how we can integrate ethics of care as a tool to counter disinformation and what it is actually. So during this conversation, we will ask our honored panelists to join us. We will pose you some questions so you can reflect upon with your neighboring partners that are here in this session. And later on, we'll be having a fishbowl discussion. Well, we will invite you to join the stage. Only if you want, of course.
Of course, everything is based on the participatory solution, so we are not forcing everyone, but the reason why we are doing it is because we just had one session on disinformation, and I think a lot of discussion around disinformation is about challenges, and I think that we have a lot of challenges. I woke up on the 24th of February in Poland, and I was devastated, I think as many of us. We have friends in here from Ukraine, and the war came back to Europe. Actually, it came back not from the Second World War, but it came back since 2014. And I think that we're very much often forgetting about that. We're forgetting about more strategic approach. We're kind of having a lot of challenges that are out there. Yes, the climate change. The Europe is on fire, the world is on fire. We have the food insecurity. We have more and more conflicts and wars. But what disinformation is doing is changing the attitudes of people. It's changing it slowly, step by step. Therefore, there's rising of populism and nationalism. And we don't have an answer because we don't have a silver bullet point, as someone had said. But don't we really? We also have a collective intelligence of us in this room and of us of the civil society, of the governments, and of the private sector. We have people that are working on strategic communication, on education, on fact-checking, on pre-banking, and on building the new narratives. Because what we really, really need is to build a new vision for Europe and a new vision for the world. We need to give something to the citizens and to the humans. And what we're going to be discussing today, because that's what we very much believe as the host of this session, as the also people that brought it in place, is that we need more feeling of belonging. We need more community. We need more of being together in order to fight polarization. Because disinformation that is put in here by Russia and other state actors is working on the narratives based on us versus them. We believe in the narratives of we, and finding of more things that connects us. And therefore, we would like to introduce you with ethics of care idea.
Yes. So we are basically proposing to look at ethics of care as a value that we have to integrate. And basically, we define care, as you know, has been traditionally assigned to women in the private sphere, and is constantly being devalued in society. And when we think about care, we usually think about childcare or the care that nurses provide in hospitals. But we want to take a broader approach. So we are defining care as all that we do to maintain, to repair, and to contain our world, so we can live as best as we can. And by our world, we mean ourselves, their relations to others, those who are close to us, but those who are distant as well, those who look like us, but if not as well, and of course, our environment. So we are proposing care, and we think we should integrate it as an essential value for our lives and for the relations. So care requires a set of elements. So it requires attentiveness, so you can recognize others' needs in order to respond to them. It requires responsibility, as you have to take it upon yourself as collective or as an individual to act in an adequate way. It requires intersectionality to bring diverse voices and trying to understand where they're coming from. And it also requires care, communication, respect, and inclusiveness. So this is basically a kind of paradigm shift. We are proposing that care should not be restrained just in the private sphere, but also in the public sphere. And caregivers should be valued. And it's the only way that caring could be responsibility for every member of society, not just women within the households. And this, we think, could bring a change, a positive change, to the way we have carried ourselves until now. And just before we begin the session, I just want to say that the session's being live streamed, as you know. And our dear colleague, Trinidad Sauna, who couldn't join us on site, will be helping us to collect your comments and questions. So please, if you're watching through the YouTube channel, we want you to take an active part as well. And we will bring her in one of the sections in our session.
And we also have two great panelists that are going to join us later on the fishbowl discussion as well. It's Elsa Maria da Silva, founder of the Red Foundation and president of Red Dot Foundation Global, and of course member of the Global Diplomacy Lab as well. And Sarah Jane Tharp, that I'm going to be referring to as Jay because that's how she likes. And she's the chief scientist, Disarm Foundation, that worked profoundly on disinformation during the pandemic, and also her Disarm framework is being used by the European External Action Services and have been used by many institutions, including UNDP.
So, if we're ready, we're going to start with our initial discussion. And for this, we're going to invite our honored speakers. First, I want to invite to the stage Natalie Korter. She's the ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the Republic of Slovenia. She joined the Federal Foreign Office in 2005, and since then she has worked in posts in Washington, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and most recently as the head unit of the European policy. And since July 2020, together with her husband, have been accredited as ambassadors to Slovenia. Then I want to ask Alexander Restegov, the Secretary General of the European Democracy Youth Network and Deputy Head of Solidaria Molod. Oh, sorry.
Alexander, join us in here from Ukraine, so.
Yes, and he's part of the youth forum.
Young BSF, yeah.
Yes. And he is an alumnus of education programs for the Robert Schuman Institute and the International Republican Institute, and he has organized numerous youth projects under the Erasmus+. So welcome. And lastly, we want to invite Eleonora Tafuro. She's a research fellow for the Russia Caucasus and Central Asia Center for the Italian Institute for International Political Studies. And she was a junior research at the Brussels office of the Foundation for International Relations and Foreign Dialogue, and as a research assistant at the Barcelona Center for International Affairs. And she's also a Global Diplomacy Lab member. So welcome.
And I'm representing Alliance for Europe. I'm head of Stratcom in there, so we're dealing with disinformation since 2018 in Europe, on a European scale, and also closely working with the Disarm Foundation on the matter. And the way how we approach it is very much through finding different ways of collaboration and basically moving forward for the strategic communication as well. And starting, I would like to go to Eleonora to a bit set of a scene on the disinformation. Eleonora is a researcher that's doing a lot of work on research of disinformation of Russia in particular, but also seeing how disinformation is influencing us in Europe, and in particular in Italy as well, because I think there's a topic where we often not kind of bring on the scene. So I'd like to give you a short remark on the issue of disinformation, and I know that you have one idea that, in your opinion, is the best kind of example of moving forward and fighting it, so please.
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, how short? Remember, I'm Italian, I can talk for hours.
Well, you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. I'll make the best use
I will be trying to keep that.
Absolutely. So as Maya was mentioning, I work mainly on Russian foreign policy, and I got back to Italy, my home country, in 2018, finding that my country had a real change in the attitude towards Russia compared to the past, because Russia nowadays became an element of our internal political debate. This is one very important change, because in the past Russia was simply something that was relegated to foreign policy, was a country that was sort of important for economic and, well, cultural, political reasons, but not really something that ordinary Italians should worry about. And I think this is changing. And as you know, given that we have elections on the 25th of September, the topic of how Russia tries to meddle into the Italian political debate has really come to the fore. Now it is something that people actively discuss, and this is, I think, it's a good development, because people are becoming aware that this is not something that is just for, you know, like international politics researchers to examine, but it's something that affects them quite significantly. How does disinformation work, and especially how can we tackle disinformation? Obviously very difficult to tell in 2 minutes now. But one thing that I would like to stress in light of the Italian experience is that there is a lot of ignorance of what disinformation actually is. There is no widespread knowledge of the difference between misinformation, for instance, or simply propaganda. There is something, this is something that is not really thought at the school level, and indeed what also other speakers in the previous panels, were saying, is that education is key. And I do believe this is actually the case, because like teaching people to read critically like the sources that they encounter, more and more sources every day, because of course we have like a democratization also of the information, is vital. And for that we have to insist obviously on specific training sessions at school, but we also have to give teachers the instruments to pass along this knowledge. But another thing that came up in the previous session was this polarization, like the role of polarization in society. And it's true, like countries that engage in disinformation, they want to exploit cleavages in societies, and every society has got cleavages. So one thing that can actually bridge this need to educate people to read critically and like limit polarization in our society is also to invest on the free press. And one would say, yeah, but you come from Italy, right? You don't come from a liberal country. You have a free sort of media landscape. Well, yes and no. Italy is, among the European Union states, Italy has one of the lowest scores for freedom of press. And even when there are no direct constraints for journalists, like it's not like that you write an article and you go to jail because the president doesn't like it. Obviously, it's not like that. But there are some self-censoring attitudes that are also due to the lack of funding. So, for instance, I'm a journalist and I depend on state money or enterprises' contributions. Then I try to write stuff that those actors like. So whenever we have a free press that can really engage in true journalism, then we have also better sources that people can rely on. But even in liberal countries, we have severe shortcomings that prevent journalists from doing their work. So as well as education, I would say free press and investing on free press is vital. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I think it's also about caring about the society, right? Because it's about caring of the education of the future generation, making sure that we don't have the issues that we're already facing right now, and having more of the free press that we also should care about. I'm gonna turn to Alexandra right now, and as we know, Alexandra is coming from Ukraine, country that is severely right now having the state of war. And Ukraine is not in these conditions since February, as we discussed, but also much before that. And Ukraine, in terms of disinformation, has been a spot that Russia was intervening and spreading disinformation since at least 2013, even 2012. But it's also the country that we can learn quite a lot. And I believe that looking at the responses, I think that you in Ukraine have quite a lot of them. So I'd like to ask you how you see the spread of the disinformation now during the war, but also give that a bit of a personal touch, because what I'm very much touched by is the way how you are collaborating together and working together to defend Ukraine and have a freedom in your country.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me today. I'm extremely grateful to the organizers of Young BSF, of the BSF, and everywhere people are speaking about Ukraine, but not only about Ukraine, but even on different panels, Ukraine still is a topic, because Russia affected not only Ukraine as a country, not only in a military way, but in terms of military aggression, disinformation, spreading fake news, and now it's a fight between two worlds, I can say. You know, no doubt that we have disinformation, that we have fake news, we all have them on a daily basis, but it's something deeper. You know, Russian disinformation is a part of a big, huge propaganda, and it started not in 2012 or 2014, I guess it started in the beginning of 19th, a bit later, but now Russia is a country that people live in the fear, and they're trying to distribute that fear to Ukraine, and actually their biggest weapon against Ukraine is to distribute as much that fear as they can. So the biggest challenge that we have now to not only to overcome the challenges, but to share success stories of what we are doing in Ukraine. Of course, we have a lot of losses and a lot of problems, and we are speaking about them honestly, and we have a normal discussion between the civil society, citizens, the government, with our international partners. But what is important to show that we are still fighting, and we are fighting not only in the military base, we are thinking about the future of Ukraine, and every time that Russia is trying to put some propaganda, for example, I can speak about from youth perspective, that Ukraine is not attractive for young people anymore. That young people want to leave and live in US or in other countries. Every time we say, no, it's not working like that. We can share a lot of success cases of young entrepreneurs, of the civil society, of many numerous projects of young people who joined the military forces, who started to volunteer. Actually, the biggest volunteer cases that you see on the international media are from young people. You know, young people started numerous fundraising campaigns to get millions of dollars to buy Bayraktars, to get different weapons on the daily basis, you know, and this is also about resocialization of young people who moved from the temporarily occupied territories, who lost their houses, who lost their homes, but they're still active to contribute to the society, and it is our duty to work together. As we say in Ukraine now, Putin can destroy our houses, but he cannot destroy our faith, and he cannot destroy that unity that we have now. And in that terms, he even pushed Ukraine for decades. You know, we have never been so united as we are now. You can call any person in any day and any hour and ask for some help, and you know, we are all working together as one nation. It's significantly important, but this information, it's still resist in Ukraine on a daily basis. They're trying to put some propaganda against the civil society, against the military forces. I have a really simple example. When Russia entered the Kyiv region, the first thing that they did after the military aggression, they started to distribute newspapers about some lies about Ukrainian military forces. The name of newspaper was "Finally You Are Safe from Ukrainian Fascists. Say thank you to Russian army. And now we are here. We will protect you. Don't worry. Everything will be okay." And they provided like a lot of facts. I don't know from where they received them. So this is the point. They're trying to get people's heart. They're trying to convince people that Ukraine is not fighting for them on the occupied territories. They're trying to convince the European and the Western democracies that Ukrainians are like failed state nation and we are not fighting enough for our democracy. But every time we're showing, no, it's not like that. And sometimes they even can not only resist, but become stronger because of that and finding new tools. And I really like the name of this panel because it is also a question of how to deliver a message, how you're communicating with people. And now people started to be on the same page in different manifestations. You know, you can, video advertising campaigns, personal communication, different meetings, they are extremely important. And every time we are creating some tools, and I will speak about them later, how to fight against the disinformation, how to show, the most important thing, how to show success cases that we have in Ukraine, and to show that we have a lot of unity and things that other countries can even, take into account.
Thank you very much. I think that you touch upon a lot of many important parts, but one that is very dear to my heart is about the emotions and how disinformation actually is making its way to our hearts through the emotions, and especially the fear, that is the strongest emotion of all. So basically when we are under fear, and I mean in Ukraine, Ukrainians, you are under fear. I mean, I'm still under the fear, living, 500 kilometers away from your beautiful country, and being there as well since March. So I think that is something that we are not paying attention to much, and the fear is with us at least since pandemic. right now what we are facing as well in Poland is, as you're saying, a lot of refugees and people that want to go out from Ukraine are coming to different countries. In Poland, we are having right now 4 million Ukrainians. That is more than twice the amount of the refugees that have been back in 2015 in the whole European Union. Like in 2015, there was around 1.5 million refugees in the whole European Union, and it caused such a huge crisis. And I think that we need to support Ukraine even more, also with the care, also with coming and listening to you what you actually need, because we often making this kind of mistake, I would say, that we are helping because we want to feel better instead of helping where we need. Thank you so much, and I would like to turn to you right now, because you are working for many, many years in the sector of the diplomacy and making the world heard about work of Germany and also talking about your state. But what I'm very much impressed about is your decision with your husband to share the ambassador seat. And I would like to ask you how you reach out to it. And already I'm going to pose the second question, because another question is about the foreign feminine policy that you're also implemented in Germany, that Slovenia is thinking about implementing, and it's also giving this gender and care issue, because we still have a lot of disbalance in terms of the gender representation and diversity in general.
May I start with the second?
Of course.
Because it links to disinformation. Because feminist foreign policy is actually about taking on board people emotionally to actually listen to people. And there's a lot of disinformation about feminist foreign policy too. So even in highest political German ranks, people still consider this as nonsense. They just don't understand. And this is also part of a strategy against disinformation. We have to be transparent, and we have to take put a lot of effort into explaining what we're actually doing. So feminist foreign policy is not a policy of women for women. It has nothing to do with that. It is rather to see security policy, foreign policy, development policy through a broader lens, which takes into account the conviction that crises, wars, policies in general affect different social groups in a different manner. So men are affected in a different way by a war than women, who perhaps experience physical, sexual violence and so on. So it's a different kind of impact it has. So feminist foreign policy is not a new area of policy we now have developed. It's a tool. It's a way through which we want to have security, development policy, foreign policy seen. In Germany, it is now officially laid down in the coalition treaty. It's based on the 3 R's, which means same representation, same rights, and same resources. It actually, as I said, it means we look for every part of our politics through this lens. How does this affect the different social groups that are in general affected by a decision, by a peace negotiation, and so on? And I think it's a very convincing and kind of obvious strategy, because I think no one seriously can believe that if you don't listen to half of the population, any kind of politics will be sustainable. So taking into account different positions is for the benefit of all. And I think we lack of explaining this to the critics of feminist foreign policy, that this actually is not a policy that in the end enables women or even gives women a better start into life, but it's for the benefit of all people, men, women. And it's not only concentrated on a different look, on a feminist look, but also it takes into account different cultural background, different ethnical background, different religious background. So I think just to make sure, feminist foreign policy is not an area. It's a way which should be, or a strategy that should be implemented in every daily decision we take in foreign politics. And yeah, you could see our model as a live proof of this policy, but in the end, I mean, it was a very personal decision to share this job. We have 3 kids. We wanted to spend time with them. The ministry was very supportive of that because the foreign ministry is a bit behind in terms of women in leading positions. So they actually allowed us to choose in which chronology or which way we wanted to divide our time here in Slovenia. So we are switching jobs every 8 months. And I don't know, there are some people here in the audience that work with us. I'm not sure if that has that anyone has been bothered by the fact that either me or my husband is the German ambassador. So I think everyone can easily deal with the fact that it's either me or my husband, but to whomever they tell their worries, their ideas whatsoever, it will be placed at the right spot. So.
Thank you very much. I think that's an amazing example of how you should care of yourself at work. Because it's crucial that if you really want to make a change, we need to kind of like first put the mask on ourselves as in the airplane. And you're exactly doing that to make sure that your family is where it is while making it the same way on the leadership position in the German diplomacy. And at the same time, it's also showing how the government can impose this care ethics, right, to support people that are working with them. And I think that's a great start.
Yeah, I would actually say they even benefit from it because, you know, if you put two people in one position, it's of course, I mean, we discuss things at home, so they get more than 100% ambassador. If we talk about debates we're participating in or we organize events, of course the other one adds something that I wouldn't have thought about. So in the end it's more, and in the end there are 2 different perspectives united in one event then at the end. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Marcia, shall we give some food for thoughts for the audience, no?
Yes. So right now, as we have talked about, this is an interactive session. So we're going to start with a question to pose for you, the audience. And we want you to find a partner or a group to discuss the following question. We will give you 5 minutes so you can reflect upon it, so you can give your insights and then bring it to our panelists and have a discussion around it. So just give a quick glance in the group and in the room. If you feel some kind of connection, please reach out to that person. And I will read to you the question. How can you bring ethics of care into your work field? I will repeat it again. How can you bring ethics of care into your work field? And to the people that are watching this through the YouTube channel, of course, you can add your comments and questions as well. So, find a partner and discuss this, and we will give you 5 minutes, and then we will continue with the session.
Maybe you're already doing it, so also you can reflect upon that.
And of course, our panelists can also come together and discuss this.
We're gonna do it later. And at the end of this working group, we will be talking about these discussions. Yeah. And let's see. There's not enough time because we want to bring the people in. Maybe 4 minutes or so. Yeah.
Great. But people are discussing.
Did you check what time it was when we called?
What?
Did you check what time it was when we called?
Yeah. Yeah. In 2 minutes, we will return.
Yes, and we're walking around outside asking people if now it's a good time also for
Oh, okay, great.
because we lost the general.
Yes.
Don't you worry. And
Yes, yes.
That's like,
Yeah.
and yeah, we try to be sharp with the 1608 because they have the.
What?
We have to end sharp at 608.
For.
8 past 4.
Okay, okay. No, no. Everything great. Thank you, Solen. Yes. Yes. Maya, so we should wrap up at what time?
At 4.
At 4. Okay. And we're going to finish at 4:10?
4:08.
4:08. Okay. Sharp. Great.
Are there, are there any comments on Trini or not? No. I think we should wrap up.
So everyone, we're really
I see you're having great discussions,
Yes.
which we love.
Hi, everyone. We are really glad that you are you're very happy and you're discussing among you. So
And we would like to ask you basically if there is any one of you that would like to share what you discussed and what you see as bringing on the floor.
and how was the experiment? Do you like sharing your thoughts with your neighbors? What what came up? Or
then when your brain starts to work truly, you see that it's much more complex to answer. You come to certain solutions and then you think they have been used in practice, but haven't worked the best. Thus, it's really hard to state new innovative solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
So hi, my name is Micha Trstenjak, and I've joined the gentlemen from the Slovene Armed Forces. And my question was how, like, the concept of care is entering the military service, given that in the past we had like a lot of injuries and the whole military system wasn't really all that, I would say, conducive, or didn't sometimes care for this plight and this problem, and this is changing. But at the same time, then we also discussed, like, is there a way to go like too far and with too much care somehow maybe undermine the basic military principles and what the army does? We haven't really gotten that far. That's like been my follow-up question. But I think it's an interesting, very fascinating area to explore, because there are some systems to which I guess care lends itself better, and others which are just more rigid by nature because they need to be like that. So yeah, that's as far as we've gotten, but unfortunately we haven't had more time.
I
Okay.
hope you can bring this discussion
Yes,
farther
yes.
as well.
Thank
After.
you so
I think
much
it's-
for your participation, your insights.
Yeah,
And
no problem.
basically, we can go to the next part of the session. And if you have any other comments and questions and remarks that you want to bring in, please do. So we're going to do a fishbowl. I'm not sure if everyone knows it. It's a methodology to have discussions with medium and large groups. And traditionally, you have an inner circle of chairs and another outer circle of chairs. And basically, in the inner circle, we have the discussion, and each of the participants out in the outer circle can join. Of course, with the room and the seating arrangement, we couldn't do this. So I want you to imagine that this is the inner circle.
I think that basically what we want to do is that very often the conferences as this one are about listening to the panel. We want to bring those of you that would like to share your ideas on ethics of care or disinformation to join us on the panel. So it can be like the hot seats. So you can share whatever you discussed right now. You can maybe tell us how this ethics of care concept actually is reflecting on you and how really disinformation is affecting you as well. So any person that would love to come? Yeah. Oh, perfect.
So,
yes.
Because there is, I think we have to talk about it, that for a lot of people, I was really fascinated that actually there were some military people here, because this is not the topic they would naturally choose. But this is really something I always try to tell people. This is about hard politics, feminist foreign policy as one part of kind of a care policy is not about soft powers or about feeling well. It's about including people, but in the end, it's tough politics.
Of course. Of course.
Come for the disinformation, stay for the care.
Very good, very good. So maybe you can think about it, and we can ask the onliners. Elsa, SJ, maybe I'll call Elsa first if you would like to talk a bit about the work that you are doing with the Gender Alliance and the way how you're looking at the current issue. There's also a lot of disinformation that is basically false towards women, actually.
Thank you, first of all, for having this amazing discussion. There's lots to think about. But when I think of care or even disinformation, it really boils down to power and asymmetry of power, asymmetry of information. And we have to constantly question who is being left behind, who does it impact the most, who's not at the table. And through the Gender Alliance, as well as my own Red Dot Foundation, I'm trying to, put gender on the agenda, so to speak. That's just one group that is being left out. Even though we are not a minority, we are treated as a vulnerable population often. And when I say we, I'm talking about women and girls. I come from India. And when you talk about care, how does it impact people? Because generally care work is seen as women's work. And yet, if you had to put an economic value to it, it would amount to $11 trillion per year as per Oxfam. So there is, value to it because somebody is helping you get to where you want to be, but they are just not being acknowledged for the work that they're doing. And how does it impact people? They are often left out of formal systems. If you look at the political leadership in India, it reflects less than 14% women in parliament, less than 9% at the legislative assemblies. Even in business, you don't find many women heading companies. And what's most troubling is women are dropping out of the formal labor force year on year. Right now, it's at its all-time low at 16%, which is, the lowest it's ever been and not commensurate with the economic power that you would recognize to be India. And for the men, for example, it's already gone back to pre-pandemic levels, whereas for women, it's just going down and down. And why is it so? It's because one of the main reasons is that the disproportionate care work falls on women. And also there's the perception of workplace not being safe. So under the guise of safety, women are stopped from doing a lot of things. But when you talk about disinformation as well, and when we had the example of Ukraine, and the world got to know all these stories through the digital media. But if you talk about do women and girls actually have an equal access to these kind of resources, whether it is the internet, the devices, etc., the digital divide is becoming larger and larger as well. So when you're talking about correcting these systems of imbalance and power, you will have to look at it from your own lens, in your own organization, from your own country context, and see what is needed to be done to change that. And you will have to think out of the box. I love the example of the ambassador sharing the post, because that is unique and that is so exciting because it opens up so many more possibilities. But take, for example, the military. When you talk about gender inequality, it's not only women who are affected, it's men also, because they can't express emotion. And in a highly militarized setup, men cannot express how they're feeling. So mental health may take a beating. And I had a friend who was a major in the Korean army, and she said that most of her time went in, helping young soldiers with mental health counseling. That was not part of her job, but she actually brought that lens to her job and helped a lot of young people, actually helping them, take care of their mental health and not give up. So I think there's so much to be done if we put care at the center of our work, in the center of our policies, because we are talking about social justice, the climate emergency, and we're talking about the economic inequality. And we can help correct these power imbalances if all of us are consciously looking at it from the care lens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elsa. And maybe I will go to Alexander at this stage, because there was an issue raised about the mental health support. And I think that that is in my country. And from what I'm working also with Ukraine, there's a bit of mental health, like people are stigma, right? People don't really like to take care of themselves. How is the situation now during the war, when President Zelensky was also talking about the fatigue? How you actually are experiencing that? Do you see that you or your friends, are you asking for support? Do you feel that you kind of need that? Do you think that it can get changed? Or?
Yeah, coming from the civil society, I can say that definitely people are not tired, and and every day they're getting more active, because we see that we need to support people in need. If we will not do that, who will do that? I can bring some simple examples from my reality. In Ukraine, we don't think that that something has changed like 100%. We still continue to live, under such hard circumstances. Life is going on. But for example, when we are here in European countries, we are coming, and it's hard for us to hear a sound of helicopter, of the plane. We are, every time I'm just starting to see into the eyes of my peers, trying to find what is wrong, what we should do, but like nobody reflects here, and that's normally actually. So in that moment I realized that something is wrong with me already, so something has changed. But we have a lot of cases in Ukraine. Then during the first months of the full-scale invasion, many people moved from Mariupol, from Kharkiv, to the western part of the country, from Kyiv as well, and those people were so, not tired, but they lost everything. They were so active in their societies before. They had small businesses, they worked as entrepreneurs, as civil society activists, but now everything has stopped. And what we started to do, not to just think about ourselves, but to think what we can do for them. And then you started to thinking about other people. It is easy for you to also to start to be more active and also to accept the situation and do more for yourself as well, because then you can do something for other people. You also feel yourself better in that moment. And what we did in our realities, we opened a youth hub for people's resocialization. So the initial idea was to support people in need from Mariupol, for people who escaped from the war, and those people were so frustrated. You just left the city, you don't know what to do, you don't have even a pillow to sleep. And we started to think what we can do for them, maybe some kind of mental support, legal support, maybe even continue other activities, but at the same time you need to get a lot of humanitarian aid and military aid and deliver them to the military forces, to people in need. And many calls are coming every minute, and you cannot just do everything. And we started to involve those people into our reality. So, maybe you can help us with that. Maybe you can do that. And, and they were so supportive to that. For them, it was something that they could also join. And by that, we started a lot of activities like training courses, military aid, started to call our partners, to write more grants, to being in touch with our ordinary citizens from bordering countries to deliver more aid. And all those things, they helped us to realize that actually we're acting as a community. And it is easy to cooperate with people all around the country, and also with people from abroad who were forced to temporarily move from the country. And that sense of unity, they can help us to to work on that mental problems that we of course may have, and some people faced even more challenges than others. For example, I have a friend from my university in Dnipro. It's eastern part of the country. It's actually close to the front line, and he was so active during the university courses. He studied history. He also received some projects and grants from the government. But after that, a few months ago, I saw that he was exchanged as a military prisoner from Mariupol. He was exchanged by Ukraine and Russia, and he was as a soldier in Mariupol, and he spent 2 months in Russian prison. And we met in Kyiv, and I was so surprised that he's in the hospital. He has big problems with health, but he's saying, it's okay. It's okay, I will be okay soon. I will run marathons. I will do a lot for the civil society. I will continue to support military forces as much as I can. And there's dozens of such stories. They're not unique, and they see them on the daily basis. People from different areas, like even ordinary citizens, not from the civil society. They just left everything, and started to help, to find more contacts and do everything to support people in need. And yes, sometimes they need some special courses for them, and we are working also with some foundations who can provide both support. But I guess the most important thing is to feel that you are still a part of the community, and that you are doing a great job, and that you can support, and that you can do something for your country on all levels. Then after the full-scale invasion, some people felt themselves a bit, guilty that they cannot do a lot. They cannot join the military, or they cannot, bring a lot of humanitarian aid. And it was super important to give them a sense that if you cannot even do something for the military forces, you can do something for your own lives, for your communities. And civil society started a campaign that you can join, internet forces of Ukraine. So you can join, the campaigns to spread information about what is happening in Ukraine. That you can follow some special hashtags. That you can join.
So positive communication.
Some positive impact. And a lot of people started to see. I'm the member of our internet battalion. And,
right.
And there's also a sense even for elderly people who joined that from their houses, and maybe they never have joined their internet sources before. They hadn't followed that. But now, for them, it's something special.
Amazing. I think this is a great job. Jay, I'm turning now to you because you are working with the disinformation, security issues, and cybersecurity as well. Actually, very male kind of taken space, and it's great that you are there for so many years and having a great experience in this. How do you look at the disinformation, how it's currently being developed, especially I would say from, of course, Russian side, but also how this community building, feeling of belonging, and this kind of like ethics of care can add up on this, while we are looking at the more holistic approach, looking at how we really can find all those things together and strategically look at the fighting disinformation in a way. But I think you are muted.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm sorry. I look at whole systems. So I'm interested in what is the space, what are the harms in this space, and what are the things we can do about this. So we tend to split this out into three environments. So what is the information environment? So what is the space that people are using to communicate? And we think about things like how do they look for information? So how do they seek it? How do they share it with each other? And how do they post information into the system? So you have a lot of individuals. You have a lot of structure in there. You have influences in different scales. You have threats in that environment. So disinformation, misinformation, propaganda are all things that can potentially do harm. So a lot of what I work on is risk-based defense. So risk classically being a combination of how severe something is, so how bad is it, and how often does it happen? So how likely is it, how bad is it? You also have the idea of what risk is to whom. So who is being affected? Because a risk to a smaller community may be much worse than a spread risk to a larger community. So again, feminism, women tend to get the bad end of this. But I was thinking about that. The third thing I'd look at is who is responding and how. So who is responding? How can we join those together? And I think I'm talking about this abstractly. I'm talking about risk. I work on adapting risk management processes where you're thinking about what are the things you're trying to protect. Concretely, what are you trying to protect in this space? What are the threats to that? Both who is doing this, but what type of harms they can do to you. What are the end harms? And I think this connects across to care, because if we're talking about care as a way of maintaining, containing harm in the world, then yes, of course, if you're going to try to get money for it, call it risk management. But it's the same thing. A lot of the leads in disinformation defense are female, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Because we think of this not just as something is wrong on the internet, but what is this doing to people and how can we repair from that? A lot of the respondents that I really rate, Build Up Project. Disinformation isn't just changing people's beliefs, it's changing people's sense of belonging to groups, it's splitting apart those fracture lines, those cohesions. And Build Up works to find individuals who are similar across fractured communities and start knitting them back together again, start the conversations. So also, if we're thinking about women, then there's the last mile problem of, I work on disinformation all over the world, I see it all over the world, and some of the routes go from websites to social media to local radio and then out broadcast to areas which don't actually have social media. Or if it is, it's very patchy, and it tends to be in different languages. So you've now got disinformation spread into regions where you don't have a social media easy response. And you probably, none of your materials in the languages you need. So you need to start looking for local influences. And I can't remember who talked about media, Italianly, about the need for free media. I think what we need is better local media, right down at grassroots level, right down those community levels. So, and I guess I could talk way too long, so I'm not going to. I think my last one is for Alexander, and just thank you for those honest messages. One of the best ways that you can respond to disinformation attempts across your communities is to have good sources of information out there, the good trusted sources, and have them visible in the places that people are looking for information. That too gets missed a lot. Handing it back.
Thank you, SJ. I think it's an important message that every single one of us can make a difference, and that we often very much not taking too much attention of it. And I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions or any volunteers, but there can be also questions from. Great.
Thank you. Welcome.
You just need to press the mic on.
My name is Andrei Novak, European Cosmopolitan Germany, and I was just motivated to add something after what you said, Mr. Reshetkov, if I'm not mistaken, and also about disinformation, because there's also been a lot of talk about that we're post-truth or post-fact, and I think that what we're actually seeing is that Putin, the master of lies, he actually became a victim of his own trap of lies that he laid out for others, because he began believing his own narrative of Ukrainians being little Russians wanting to be ruled by the Kremlin, and that they would essentially be greeted there, and that they could topple the government and take over the country. So he's drank too much of his own Kool-Aid, so to speak, and fell in his own trap. And also of the inspiring examples that you mentioned, of course, the same goes for post-heroism, if you ask me, because Ukraine is the best example that heroism exists and is not dead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think that's a very important point on. Any other questions as well from the audience? Yeah, great.
So, am I on? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Ramina Yakashi from the Global Diplomacy as well. I'm also a PhD candidate with the FO for Gender Diversity. I'm a bit more interested in the feminist foreign policy aspect, especially we have a Ukrainian representative here and an ambassador of a country who has implemented feminine foreign policy. How can we right now, in a way that really is pragmatic and works, use Germany or any other country who has feminist foreign policy on their agenda to help Ukrainian women who have been put into this situation and have changed roles? And looking back to care, that care means a lot of different things, but they are forced now to represent so many things and not just the role, whatever it was, being a mother, being a provider, sister, mother, whatever, but now being maybe the only person left in the family, the only provider or whatever the situation is. So how can we really target them and not forget them? Because it's not just the people, the men mostly, who are fighting in Ukraine, but the families that are left wherever in the world they are right now.
Of course.
I was triggered by what Alexander was saying about positive communication, and I think positive communication is indeed key, and it kind of like differentiates us, or should differentiate, in my opinion, us from the type of communication that Russia carries out, which is a kind of a negative one. It's based on anti-Westernism in many parts of the world. I focus on Russian soft power, and I do narrative analysis, and it's really based on what the West does wrong, and then it's sort of like this wrong reflects good on Russia. So my question is, should we also invest more in like this sort of us versus them communication? Because we are seeing that this is very much the case nowadays. We're like picturing this narrative battle with Russia also in these terms. Or should we go back to a rather positive communication, saying this is us, this is what we represent, this is what we stand for? Can we maybe find a synthesis? What is the way forward? What is the most effective way?
Thank you. I'll give you as well later the round of last remarks, but maybe, Natalie, there was a question very particular to you about the women.
Well, I think, first of all, in listening to them, in listening to their needs, to respond to those needs, for example, in medical care, in attention we pay to their situation. And I especially think about, for example, facilitating, sending over a specific medicine, for example. We hear about a lot of rapes in Ukraine. So sending over anti-baby pills that, I mean, the ones you take, you have to take immediately after. And I heard that this is, for example, a problem. Listening to what they need, offering them a safe haven here, ensuring that Ukrainian female refugees that come to European countries are safe, because also this is, of course, an important topic, because they are coming in a situation of emergency. There are always people that try to profit from that sense of emergency. So hearing their stories and in a more long-term view, of course, including them heavily into, at a time when we can start about peace negotiations, with it, which definitely is not now, to include them, because science shows that if women are included in peace negotiations, those pieces will be more sustainable and more accepted, or the peace treaties will be more acceptable.
We have another fishbowl participant.
New panelist.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to use the opportunity.
Very good to have you here.
And sorry, but first and foremost, actually to enable Ukraine in general, also with weapons, to defend themselves, because this is a way to defend the women in that country. So I just wanted to, heavy weapons are not a contradiction of feminist foreign policy. I think that's really important to stress.
Great. Thank you so much. I think that's very important. Urek.
Thanks for having me, because I forced myself on the stage. I don't know if it's a question, but I just wanted to contribute as a dad to a 2-year-old daughter and a journalist. If I think about this ethics of care terminology, as a journalist, I'm thinking of the agency material that I'm using on a daily basis, which is stuff like a Kremlin speaker Dmitry Peskov said. Yes, that is newsworthy, but we are, at the end of the day, the ones who disseminate that news. And the not so educated, or just a regular human being who sees that thinks, okay, that is true then. Because, I mean, the title says Peskov, yeah, Ukraine is wrong, something like that. So that would be, this is actually a reaction to the group work which we have done. This is what I thought about. And as a dad, I'm thinking about the media literacy part of it, the proactive, the education part of it, because I'm already concerned that my daughter is going to be subjected to a new type of media that I won't have the means to understand. I don't understand how TikTok works. I barely understand how Instagram works, and I'm only 33 years old. Like, in 8 years, there's gonna be a hologram-like TikTok type of thing that I'm gonna have no idea about. And I'm really concerned about that. I think we have to, this is my last sentence, find a way to nip it in the bud, to minimize, to mitigate this problem at an early age.
I think that's super important. It goes together with education, and also the question of Eleonora. We need to be wrapping up, but I'm gonna, SJ, just turn to you, and you need to give us like 1 minute response, because you are working a lot on also on new strategic for the strategic communication, and also of the disarm framework. And I think that the question of Eleonora, but also a bit of Burak, right? Like, where we can put more focus, or shall we put more focus on positive communication, or perhaps kind of doing what disinformations are doing, right? You're muted again.
Yeah, sorry. Once more with the mute button problem. So we tend to look at 3 different areas. So what we did, we split out the behaviors that we saw people using to create and run disinformation campaigns. and we looked at the behaviors that people used in response. We got about 100 something different ways that people can respond that go way beyond educate people and take down the botnets. But they can be grouped. And one way to think about these is there's narrative responses, which are this is the narrative that's out there. How do we get better narratives to people? How do we get the, for want of words, truth, but trusted information that's credible out to people where they're looking. If you need be, you end up with things like truth sandwiches, but where you have to point with disinformation. Most of the time, you want to increase the availability of good quality information, however you do it. We look at influence-based response. So how is this misinformation moving across networks of information? Can you slow it down? Can you contain known sources of disinformation? And we look at action-based. So what are the activities you could do to make this less effective across the system, to make this create less harm? And I think you may be scared about new channels and absolutely new ways for your daughter to access information, but we're still talking human beings here. We still communicate in stories. And I think that is a good level to be working at, is think about the stories that are being told, think about the stories you're telling.
Thank you so much. I think this everything is interconnected, right? We cannot do one thing without the other, and basically, really, we can work together in order to give our collective intelligence. We need to wrap it up, so I would like to ask our panelists to basically say in one sentence how ethics of care is something that we can move forward, perhaps, and work together on the disinformation part. Eleonora?
Wow, what a challenge. I would say through a genuine communication, not through simply talking to like-minded people, but engaging in a true discussion, even with a lot of patience, talking to trolls. And sometimes when you do talk to trolls, even online, they tend to respond because they're not used to have to receive a kind response and a clear one. And maybe maybe it's worthless, but maybe you manage to convince that person, and little by little you can make a change.
Beautiful. So connecting and talking and listening.
Yeah, I can say direct and mostly important, honest communication between the government, civil society, and citizens, since we need to treat our citizens as citizens to make sure that they have their own voice and they can contribute to the society equally. And in their terms, it will be like the most effective tool.
Perfect, giving the citizens the voice.
We have to accept that disinformation is very, very well organized. We have to be better organized. We have to enable multiplicators to go out and to inform, not to get into the defense, but to be proactive informing. And we have to create a critical mass of people that stand up in certain forums against disinformation. So no one is afraid to be the victim of hate speech or in a shitstorm after speaking up. So we have to create masses that stand up against disinformation.
Thank you very much. We believe that basically the moving actions coming with our collective intelligence can make a difference. So that's why we would like to actually propose
yes. And we would
solution.
like to, yes, we have been talking about resilience. We have been talking about how we can move forward. So this could be an answer that you hopefully will take and consider. It's not an easy answer. It is complex, but it is a tool that we can incorporate. So you can read a little bit more about care and inclusiveness in the Bled Strategic Forum, page 27. And if you're happy to discuss or if you want to engage, please come to us or our team of the Global Diplomacy Lab, and we will be happy to work with you.
And hopefully together we can move it forward and make a project that really will have a comprehensive response.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Abiosa Davis, and I'm the Director of Policy, Learning, and Advisory Services at Interpeace. In the last 20 years, stabilization has become perhaps the main approach through which international actors have engaged in conflict-affected areas. The most recent experiences, from the resurgence of the Taliban in Afghanistan, the coups in Mali, the episodes of community backlash against MONUSCO in the DRC, suggest that the goals of increasing stability and state capacity in violence-affected areas has yet to become a reality. On top of this, the increasing geopoliticization of conflict management, where great powers vie for influence to the detriment of international cooperation, play out in Mali, in Libya, DRC, in Central African Republic, and elsewhere. And with the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we see that all hopes for constructive multilateral cooperation at a time when it's most needed is basically diminishing. And so we're left with the question, I think the question that has been the theme of this whole forum: what will prevail? The rules of power or the power of rules? Today, I'm joined by a fantastic panel. His Excellency Samuel Boger, I hope I said that right. State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia. His Excellency Ambassador Sheikh Nyang, Permanent Representative of Senegal to the United Nations. Also Ms. Lubna Benayoun, Director of the Stabilization and Recovery Division at MINUSMA. And Ms. Kessie Ekomo-Soigné, member of the UN Advisory Board on Youth, Peace, and Security, and a Peace Insight peacebuilding expert in the Central African Republic. And with these honorable panelists, we want to dig into some of the crises that are hampering stabilization efforts. We want to discuss what improved efforts to advance peace and security might look like in the future, and how to ensure that people-centered approaches are more than just words on a page. So I'll start with the first question to Ambassador Zburger.
It's like Humphrey Bogart with Z at the beginning.
Zbogar. Yes, perfect. Stabilization is expensive. It requires extensive resources and logistics. And historically, these have been led, whether it's in Afghanistan, in Mali, in Somalia, by very large countries with huge budgets like the US, the UK, France. As we look at the potential of Slovenia being on the UN Security Council, what role do you see states like Slovenia playing in improving the way stabilization is done or influencing it more positively?
Thank you very much. Well, you said that stabilization efforts so far were done by, first it's expensive and done by big countries. You mentioned few. So maybe that's one of the problems. I don't think the stabilization efforts should be done by one country. I believe that definitely regional organizations should be involved. As I was told by colleagues who came here from New York, there should be African problems for African solutions for African problems. That goes probably for the same region, and definitely. Of course, it's important for big countries to be involved, but I think they should have they should consult the region. The region know. Geography matters in stabilization efforts, and the history matters as well. The knowledge of the situation on the ground matters a lot, and who else is best suited than the countries of the region. So that's one element. So starting from here, what would Slovenia do? I think we should follow that. So geographically, I think for us the region is the Western Balkans. So that's where I think we've been so far the most active in stabilization efforts and continue to be. We are in KFOR, we're in Altea, and engage politically and economically. And on substantial issues, of course, we would never be a big country enough to take over stabilization of a country or region or whatever, but there are areas where I think we specialized in the past 30 years, where we can provide an added value, especially because we are a small country, we don't have any vested interest, any hidden agenda. We are small enough that nobody sees us as a threat. As such, I think we can be part of problem solving, solution seeking. And in the past years, we developed expertise on several areas where we found our niche, let's say. For instance, demining. We established International Trust Fund for Demining, which has been very active in the Balkans. But not only, it went way beyond. It started in the Balkans, but then it went well beyond. It was present in Afghanistan. It's now present in Iraq. It's present in Syria, helping with demining, with mine victim assistance, with psychosocial support for the victims of wars. This is something also that we are now going to do with Ukraine, with stockpile removal, with things like that. I think these are areas where nobody feels threatened if you're involved, and where also a smaller country like us can have a contribution. So I think that's one area where I think we'll continue to have a niche. Second, we believe in multilateralism. We believe in the role of the UN, Security Council. It has to be, of course, effective multilateralism. You put some doubts what's happening now in Ukraine and how the rule of law is falling apart, international rule of law is falling apart, but that's deviation from the system. I think we have to build even more now. We have to put even more efforts in developing effective multilateralism, in helping UN get back the position that it used to have as a centerpiece where these problems were discussed and decided. This is the Security Council. And that's also, what we can do. We applied for membership of the Security Council because that's how you can also contribute to stabilization. I think we are responsible. We have been a responsible member of the UN, responsible member of international organizations. We don't have any problems. We don't have any enemies. We're friends with everybody. So I think we can be quite a great addition to the Council. Talking these days with colleagues from New York, I think we learned a lot how small countries can contribute to the work of Security Council, especially in the situation now with this difficult polarization. Most of the missions, peacekeeping missions, are in Africa, and smaller countries like us, should coordinate, should partner with the members of the Security Council from Africa, with the regional organizations, with African Union, when devising the plan for revising the mission or for building new mission. I think this is where we can craft our work in the Security Council. So I think that's how I see our contribution from a small country can be. Of course, since 30 years that we are in Security Council, that we are in the UN, we've been part of several peacekeeping operations. We were in a UN-mandated mission in Afghanistan. We are in EU training mission in Mali. We've been in, I mentioned Balkans, we've been in the Middle East. We'll be in, throughout 30 years, we'll be in several peacekeeping missions. So I think there are many even though we cannot have the big role in stabilizing one country, I think we can contribute our piece of the puzzle.
Thank you. So just building on what Ambassador Bogas said, Ambassador Nyang, in the current context, as the State Secretary mentioned, it's hard to envision large multilateral stabilization missions. They're getting more and more rare. And what we see in the increasing kind of polarization at the Security Council is that more and more the stabilization missions are being led regionally. And as the State Secretary said, regional solutions for regional problems. And this has been a trend that we see currently with the Rwandan forces who are going to Mozambique with SADC, and also the recent forces of the East African community that are going to be deployed or are deployed in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And Senegal itself has been very involved in the ECOWAS missions in West Africa, as well as in the AU missions. And so we know that all of these regional bodies are increasingly playing a central role in stabilization efforts. From your perspective, how do these regional approaches, how do they differ from UN-led approaches? And what advantages might they bring to stabilization efforts that a UN-led process maybe cannot?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think you have asked here very important questions and which point to the efficiency of peace missions, be they led by the UN or be they led regionally. I think in West Africa, we have had examples of successful missions in the region. If you look at what ECOMIG has performed in the Gambia very, very quickly, what also ECOMOG has achieved in Guinea-Bissau shows that regional or sub-regional peace missions can be very, very effective. The reason why they are effective is because the mandate is more focused, first. Secondly, there is a more stronger political engagement of the leaders of the region. And then also we have a kind of a stronger social acceptance where those operations are being led. And also, generally, when they operate, they are not competing or they are not operating with other forces. So this is an environment where they can really have an impact. But generally, what is missing is that they don't have enough financial means to operate. And also, before operating, they need to have a special mandate from the Security Council, because the Security Council is the only body which can really give the authorization for countries or groups of countries to intervene in another country. So there is, therefore, a very sharp difference, because, as I said, the mandate is very focused. And if you look at the mandates emanating from the Security Council for UN peace missions, they are broader, but also they are a little bit elusive and vague. If you look at, for example, when the crisis happened to Mali in 2012, and then there was that resolution of Security Council, Resolution 2100 of 2013. So the mandate, as spelled out, was composed of many, many elements. Security was involved, reform security sector was involved, reconciliation was involved. So it was very broad. And also, you cannot see how those indications could be really translated in the field. So you can see that difference. For regional forces, when they intervene, the mission is very clear. Go and fight those who are there, who are preventing, who are creating that abnormality of the situation. While there, it's more complex, more interwoven. And also, the fact, as I mentioned, that there are other forces intervening. And also, the mandates of UN missions are generally hampered by the fact that what is said in the resolution, as I indicated, are not very clearly spelled out. So when they get there, they are not giving the impression, or they are not being engaged as regional forces are doing. So finally, the population itself is rejecting the way they are operating, because they are seeing them as just being lazy, not doing anything, not protecting them. If you look at the case of Mali, we can see that the population was being attacked, killed, while the forces, the UN forces, kept at bay. So I think we need to see how we can reform all that. I think a reform of the mandates of the UN peacekeeping missions have to be looked at, have to be revisited, and make sure that they can work. And also the fact that UN peacekeeping missions are very large, bulky, they don't have that, they are not nimble, as, for example, forces from the ECOWAS, for example, are. They can move very quickly, even if they are not very well equipped or heavily equipped. They can just move on and do what I have. But this is not the case for UN peacekeeping missions. They are very heavy. I'm sure my colleague from MINUSMA will correct me. But this is the impression we have, that they are not there to help those who are outside. That's why we are seeing this rejection, not only in Mali. We are seeing it in DRC. We are seeing it in Central African Republic. So we have a problem here. We have to address it and see if we cannot even see how we can restructure the way UN peace missions are devised. Or wouldn't it be good just to look at the way they are constructed, and also avoiding that state-centric approach when we have peacekeeping missions? Because we think that, okay, the problem is just in one country. We forgot that, for example, insurgents are not always based in the country. They are based outside the country. The weapons are coming from outside the country. So even if you do everything to curb and fight those problems, and if you don't take into account what is happening outside the borders, nothing will be solved. So it will keep on coming. So we have all those things which need really to be addressed. But as the state minister said, I think we need to favor more African solutions, or I would say African engagement into African problems. For example, I think even the choice of the men who are intervening in peacekeeping missions should be looked at. I don't think that, for example, Senegalese troops intervening in Mali, maybe they feel the danger of the threat coming from the insurgents, because they know that if they succeed in Mali, the next point would be Senegal. So I'm not sure whether those troops coming from, for example, Asia, I have nothing against that, having a multinational composition for those forces. I don't think that they have that kind of motivation and engagement of those who are, let's say, just the neighbors of the country. That's why I said that it's very important that those who are in the region, they do something about, they regroup together and work in order to stop what has been taken place. So not to be long, I'm going to stop here. I have my elements later.
Thank you. We'll come back to that later. Lubna, just building on what the ambassador has said, perhaps regional stabilization efforts have the advantage of having smaller mandates, being able to be more agile, and quicker in response. On the other hand, we know that the conflicts that we're seeing are very complex. And it's not just about the violence that's visible. It's also about all of the different kind of factors that are contributing to the conflicts. I think the recognition that these conflicts that we're intervening in are very complex is part of what's driving things like the Global Fragility Act of the US, the UK's integrated review, and the UNDP stabilization facilities like the Lake Chad Basin. They're showing that there's like a willingness to develop more flexible, more comprehensive, agile and integrated approaches. I'm wondering from your experience, because we're seeing that issues like climate change or misinformation that is being spread through digital channels are making the conflicts even more complex. How do you see stabilization missions, and particularly, I know you're currently at MINUSMA, how are they adapting to this complexity? How is that being integrated into sort of the evolution of the missions in a way that could render them more responsive and agile and able to deal with these complexities?
Thank you. Let me first start by thanking the organizers, first of all, and Bled for inviting me, representing the UN MINUSMA here. It's a really good opportunity also to speak about these type of conflicts outside Europe, but also linked to what's happening in Europe. If you allow me, before answering directly the question, I'd like to build on what Ambassador Nyang was saying regarding, yes, this what I would call dichotomy in the mandate of let's say, MINUSMA, because that's where I'm with, the mandate and what is written exactly in the mandate and how it is translated at field level. And this is exactly where the problem lies, that perception. For instance, in Mali, everybody expects MINUSMA to fight terrorism. And it will never be possible. This is absolutely not possible because of the fact that the mandate, a peacekeeping mission is not there. This is just to start with. And this is a real problem since, for a number of years. Every mandate, every renewal of mandate, people, the Malians, are expecting MINUSMA to fight it, to fight terrorists. Well, no, and it will never happen. So indeed, there is something, maybe, it's a good opportunity here, and maybe with the Secretary of State Slovenia, maybe you can have an open debate about this, how this huge reform can take on. But that's a major problem for MINUSMA as a force, as military force. We are talking here in Mali, to give you a sense of the force, is about 13,000 military force. That's a lot. And in spite of all this number, a lot of, people are still saying, well, MINUSMA, you don't serve any purpose, you don't protect civilians, etc. So we have to kind of manage expectations. That's what I call manage expectations between what we are given as a mandate, sometimes extremely ambitious, but the means that are given to the mission. And like you said, Ambassador, the mission doesn't have enough means to protect civilians in a country as big as Mali, where the main threat is terrorism. And this is something we have to keep in mind, and it's something that is regional, and it goes beyond Mali. So this is just to show that the complexity, it's an extremely complex situation. It's a multi-dimensional crisis, which means it would need a multi-dimensional response, and a multi-dimensional also kind of partnership building. And I think that with the multilateralism as we speak, there is being at stake because now with the ongoing difficult situation there, yes, there is this love and hate situation vis-a-vis the UN, but vis-a-vis the mission itself. So there is a need to rebuild the trust, and this is something really important, vis-a-vis the government, vis-a-vis the Malian population, who is expecting a lot from this mission. But as far as stabilization is concerned, I can say that we should never underestimate what has been done so far in terms of initiatives towards stabilization. Because in our view, stabilization is not necessarily or only a military approach. Like we say, a military alone will never be the answer for Malian conflict or for Malian crisis. It should be a combination of socio-economic initiatives. And that has been one of the special innovations with MINUSMA, using its funding mechanisms and through a resource mobilization strategy, working simultaneously on different aspects, on the supporting the institutional reforms, supporting the electoral process, working directly with the military enhancement of the military capability, security capability, working on issues of gender, of human rights, improving rule of law, simultaneously working on all these aspects at the same time with, extra budgetary resources that we've been mobilizing locally, and that has created, in spite of all, it has created good results in terms of supporting the population, bringing new opportunities for the youth, having women maybe more engaged in the political process. So we have seen some results, concrete results, actually at field level. It is something still we are trying different mechanisms, let's say, because there is not one way of doing stabilization. And we need, so for me, to respond a little, I mean, there is a need for a series of parameters to have this stabilization functioning. First of all, it has to go throughout the spectrum of, whether security, development, and humanitarian. It has to encompass these three aspects, because the conflict is not homogeneous. In some areas, for instance, of the country, or even in the region, we need some humanitarian response, like saving lives right now. In other areas, we need maybe more mid to long-term responses with kind of development initiatives. In other areas, it's purely security options. So we really have to use more adaptability, agility, greater flexibility. I know it's difficult for an organization, as you said, Ambassador, as heavy as the UN, to be flexible. But we have no other choice. We need to kind of think a little bit outside the box, although someone said yesterday in one of the panels there is no more box. That was quite interesting to hear. But it's important to go beyond the classic way we have been working so far, and of course, working with governments. Even if we have difficulties in, the choices of, these are the governments we are dealing with. We're there to support. So we need to accompany them in, meeting or trying to, in that route leading to peace and stability.
Thank you. Kessie, both Ambassador Nyang and Lubna have spoken to the question of mandates and how the mandates kind of set the parameters, and yet many of the mandates, as the ambassador noted, are set by the UN Security Council. And some of the challenges around setting these mandates is that they're often multiple and competing political interests that make it a little bit blurry to understand what is the purpose of the mission. Is it countering violent extremism? Is it for foreign policy? Is it to stop migration? Or is it to actually help communities on the ground? One thing that is kind of certain is that even when there are efforts for the national actors or national political elite to contribute to setting the mandate, there are very few opportunities for local communities to be able to feed into that process, which I think creates the dynamic that Lubna was talking about, where there are mismatch of expectations of the population and actually what the mandate of the mission is. You're working as a local peace builder, from your perspective, how can local populations, and especially youth, because you're part of the youth peace and security infrastructure, how can their ideas, their needs, their expectations, their priorities be better integrated into this mandate setting process, so that it's not just about what are the interests of national elites or international actors, but actually that their needs are considered in setting these mandates.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share a bit the experience of Central African Republic. The question, I think, is, do we, as young people in Central African Republic, we still believe on MINUSCA? No. We don't believe on the work that MINUSCA is doing anymore. Do we still need them? Yes. So it's quite a paradox. One of the other questions is to know, do they know or understand young people in CAR? No. Young people in CAR, young people under 35 years old represent over 70% of the population. But one thing is sure is that in the way MINUSCA works, they don't have space for young people. And it's true that the Youth Peace and Security agenda is quite new in the way the UN is working. I think it just thanks to the resolution 2250 and the report, the progress report on youth, on the contribution of young people to peace building, that helps a bit to, to start to design or shape the contribution of young people. A country as Central African Republic, I'm 30 years old. I'm 32 actually, but I grew up in war. It's been like 30 years that we are living war, so I know what it is. I know what peace building mission, UN mission, African Union mission means. I live all those periods, and nothing changed. We talk about box. I think the box is still there. It's just that they close it and they throw the key away. So it's like it's such a rigid system that is quite difficult to come with new ideas. Even though they acknowledge the role and the place of young people, but they do not create space for that. Let me give you a quick example. Just last week, a few weeks ago, we celebrated the International Youth Day. And we decided as a group of young people trying to change things in our country, we decided to organize a big forum, bringing together civil society, women, and also young people to discuss how can we do to protect and promote a civic space in CAR. And then we said, okay, we need the support of MINUSCA. It's not about money. It's about having them covering us at some point, because we know that the system, the civic space is shrinking in the country. So strategically, we decided to go to them. And the answer was it's very difficult for us, because they decide that, we have funding, but we give the funding to organize a soccer game, and so we'll not have money to support you. And we said, no, it's not about money. We want you just to give us the space so we can talk safely, And they say, yeah, it's too late. We just can't do it anymore. We can support you on that. And then we had that conversation with my team and the other young people there. And it was, how do they perceive us? What they know about us? Do they give value to the work that we are trying to do? Do they see us as concrete, serious people able to transform the country or no? And at the same time, it was like a kind of, a really bad perception of young people in conflict-affected areas where we are all victims or we are all perpetrators at some point. But it's quite difficult to have that conversation on the potential of young people in conflict-affected area, what they are able to do in their community, but also how they can change the narrative in the country in general. And so that example for me really can explain at some point when you talk about the geopolitics in which young people are living. Africa is changing, I'm telling you. And young people, even though the internet access is quite difficult, but yes, people do have access to internet. And yes, we use WhatsApp to share information. And yes, propaganda, and yes, fake news, but also disinformation and other. It's really working there. And it's something I think international community have to pay attention to. And so we are sensitive to it, but also we are trying to change the narrative by working on it. At some point, some of us are quite sensitive to it because we don't believe in the UN system anymore. It's been 20 years, more than 20 years that UN agencies are present in the country. Nothing changed. It's been like, as I said, years that we have mission and others, nothing changed. So of course, if you are smart enough, you realize that there's something wrong here. And so it's important to think about new options. And unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, depending on your point of view, we have different options. Young people now have some other option. We have Russian option now. We have Wagner in the country. They come with the idea saying to young people that we are a new option compared to the Western hegemony in the country. And of course, I grew up in war. I want to be part of the change. If you tell me that I'm able to change my country, yes, I will follow them. And when the Western Bloc, sorry to say it like that, but that's the way we analyze it back home, when they say that we don't have access to internet, those people are telling us, you have, even though your connection is not good, but we will teach you how to use social media to communicate and to fight against the Westerns. And yes, it's quite appalling for a lot of young people in Africa, and I give the example of Central African Republic. It's quite appalling for them. But in front of that, the question is not if it's good or not. The call behind all that dynamic is that young people want change. They want to be part of the change. But it depends on the way you, an international community, perceive us and the work that we do, and the space that you can create to give us the opportunity to share with you new ideas. It's not just, when we think about stabilization and we think about peace building, we don't think about humanitarian. Not really. We know that our communities need help. But at the same time, we want you also to talk to us about, recovery. Yes, we have the right to think about development too, even though we are in war, because this is the only solution at some point for us to think the future. We have to be part of the future, not just to be part of something that is kind of stuck. And my last point would be on how we can contribute. We are trying to push back home, to submit shadow reports, because there's a lot of things going on. But the UN system, I don't think they are really, because they don't think that we are serious at some point, or maybe we are not able to write down and analyze the situation. But I think they should accept to receive our shadow report. This is the first thing. The second thing is that they should give more access to the UN Security Council to young people. We need that space too. We have to go there maybe to explain to them that, yeah, there's something going on in the country. We see it. Our government will never tell you what is happening, but we can explain to you more or less what it is. And the last thing for me, in the UN mission, there's a lack of training for the team on how to work with young people. And so there's also work to do with all that, those people, to understand what young people in Africa or in CAR, for instance, want, how they perceive the UN, and how the UN can build on their understanding and that vision to rethink the way they work. Thank you.
Thank you. We can see that your words have been inspiring to the room. Just building on what you're saying in terms of the new dynamics that are happening with new actors that are able to be responding to some of these needs of participation, the needs of actually feeling included, of visioning. That's a new dynamic that you signaled. We've also talked a little bit about the disillusion of communities with these missions. And we've talked a little bit about how the mandates of the missions are not always very clear. Thinking about all of these challenges, I'm asking the question to the whole panel, do you think that stabilization, at least as we know it, is still fit for purpose? And what is that purpose that it might be fit for? And if it's not, what can be done to make it more fit for purpose?
I'm the most ignorant of all of you, so I can start. It's amazing what you were saying, and really admire the courage also to do this in the country that you are. You really pointed to the problems that there are, and I'm surprised. I don't know much about peacekeeping operations from close, but I'm surprised at some of the lessons learned that we had with the peacekeeping operations. especially in the Balkans, it seems are not implementing the new peacekeeping operations. When you are saying that there is expectation management problem of what people expect from the mission and what the mission can deliver in Mali, I'm surprised because we had a really bitter, horrible experience in Srebrenica with a UN mission that couldn't protect civilians when horrible things were happening. And I thought that there was the whole report done, the whole lessons learned, how this should not be repeated. I'm not saying that this will happen in Mali, but you have people expecting that that mission will protect them from terrorists, while this is not the mandate. So definitely I think there is something's wrong here, and some lessons learned, including what colleague was mentioning, behavior of the mission toward the young people or citizens in general, mistrust toward young people, lack of access, lack of understanding of where they are. I think this is a big problem, and I don't think it's the need to reinvent the peacekeeping operation and stabilization efforts, but it's more like to make them function more proper. I don't know how you do that, but probably there are many lessons learned that can be applied when you devise the new missions. And there was a concrete proposal for the training of the staff that goes to the mission. There was a concrete proposal of bringing young people to the Security Council. I take that on board when we are in the Security Council. We discussed already this with some ambassadors, how to engage young people more. So maybe we can do something about it in area formal or something in the Security Council. So I'm really getting excited now getting into the Security Council, but that's my 5 cents. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I think, the question, to respond to the question and to go maybe beyond. Yes, stabilization, I think, maybe is not the panacea, but it is an important process to go through. Because to me, it has to be, first of all, transformational. And it has to be temporary also, because that's what peacekeeping missions normally are for. Although we have seen, she's so true, after a decade or maybe more, and you have MONUSCO in DRC and others that have gone way beyond, and we're still people, they say, what did we get? I mean, what are the results? Conflict is still going on, social situation has not improved, etc., etc. So, yeah, it has to be transformational, because what matters is really that kind of legacy. When the mission leaves, what do we leave behind? And that's why it is important. These are not only words. When we talk about inclusivity, inclusive approaches, and that we need to be a little bit more aggressive in that, including the youth, including the women, including the good and the bad, actually, and that's what inclusivity is. We need to have everybody involved in this process of peace, development, and future stability. And that means, yes, taking risks, which we are not really very good at, but maybe that's also part of the thinking that needs to be processed at headquarters level usually, because at field level we know exactly, but there is always that little detachment between what the field is dictating and what we receive from headquarters. That's also important to bring those two together. So inclusivity, yes, another aspect, and I think to go back to what the colleague was saying, is to give more responsibility, to make citizens. Usually we talk about beneficiaries. I don't like that word. Beneficiaries makes me feel like there is assistance, just assistance. So people have to feel that they are full citizens. When you are a full citizen, you are somehow responsible for what's going on around you in your community, in your area, in your country, in your city, etc. So you do an extra effort. So it's not only the others who are going to help you. So you have to give more responsibility. If it fails, okay, it's not a problem. Let's start another way. But at least instead of coming with this already made solutions, which we think as international community, or as, we use example of this has worked somewhere else, it's, it will definitely work here. No, we need to analyze better the situation, looking into the root causes of conflicts, of the situations, and see what is more adaptable, including the participation of each and every citizen. And that is important to accelerate that, that process. Otherwise, we will still be discussing very philosophical questions and conceptual questions. And the fact is, yeah, they are new partners now. I mean, if we talk about Mali, yes, we have Wagner. Wagner is an important partner that the government of Mali has chosen. They are sovereign, they choose, that's what they say. They choose their partner because of XY reason. There is new partners such as we have China, we have Turkey, we have Iran recently. This is this is changing. The paradigms are really changing, and if we don't adapt quickly, well, we're going to start, a new division, new blocks again, and it's important to respect government choices, but maybe to guide them also with the risks entailed that could be, associated with that, and just work together with this, new, what I call that, a new narrative, and bring confidence to people, because they want to take, the youth in Mali, for instance, yes, they want to take their responsibility, their own fate, and they feel like they're ready for it. Whether we have fake news like in Central African Republic, it's absolutely terrible, because what makes the situation is all this fake news that with social media, and it's absolutely frightening, but it's working. That's that's the motto right now. So basically, yeah, stabilization can still bring solutions, even if it's short to medium-term solutions, but with inclusivity and full participation of all.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to, first of all, make two remarks before responding to your question. The first one is that I really want to pay homage to what MINUSMA is doing in terms of social assistance, electoral assistance, the soft job you are doing to really make an impact in a very volatile and dangerous environment. And I want you to mention, I forgot to mention it earlier. And now regarding what our young colleague has said, I think we are very proud of you, proud of your engagement, and also proud of your awareness of the situation and the role you are playing. I think you are the new Africa, and we need you really to make sure that Africa can achieve that long-held dream of really counting on the international scene. You mentioned the role of the youth. I think you are right. The youth is not being fully involved in, let's say, in solutions, peacekeeping missions, even at the UN. I know that there has been some efforts. We have a youth representative who is attached to the cabinet of the Secretary General, but we have good news coming, which are now coming. I think my colleagues who are here from the UN can confirm it. We have a new program, our common agenda, in which the Secretary General is envisaging to have a bureau composed of youth, and where your presence will not be only cosmetic, but where you have your say in the issues, your say in the policy. I think this is a major development, and I think that will enable you really to play a better role and to have your voice more heard. and be less cosmetic. So I think that's very important. Now about what is the situation and what we should do about stabilization. I think stabilization has two main components. Stabilization is there to redress a situation which is disrupted. And it has two parts. There is one hard part and one soft part. The hard part is, for me, to use offensive force to counteract insurgents. Offensive force to make sure that all those who are impeding the political process or the whole situation of a country, all those are removed from the scene. So this is the hard part. That's the military part. And the other part is the soft part. It's the political, the social, civilian, humanitarian intervention. And I know that in many missions, there are so many good things being done in terms of humanitarian, civilian activities, but all those are doomed to fail if the whole situation is not, let's say, safe. That's why, for me, the hard part of stabilization should to be looked at. That's why I think we should have to look at, as I said earlier, we have to rethink the mandates and make them more fully responsive to the situation we are having. For example, in Mali, we had MINUSMA, okay, which was not playing fully its stabilization role in terms of hard activities, hard military actions. They were supported by Serval before the mission was established, and then we had Barkhan and then Takuba. But I think if the missions were really given all the means to do the job, we wouldn't even need those forces. We wouldn't need those forces. One other thing also is that we tend not to help fully, let's say, the national governments to face the responsibility. For example, I'm sure if 1/10 of the assistance which has been given to Ukraine, even 1/100 were given, for example, to the government of Mali, they would achieve better. We have seen the swiftness with which the West has intervened really to help, and we are not seeing it for Mali. So the intervention, the intervention is very modest, and I think all those could be done. But for me, all this said, if you look at the situation, for me the future of peacekeeping missions, UN peacekeeping missions in Africa, is gloomy. Is gloomy. We have to face realities, judging even by the rejection of the population. Not only the government for example, in Mali, but even the government, even the people are not. There is a lack of trust. There is a lack of trust, and that's because they are not seeing the missions performing their duties, protecting the population. And the danger is that now we are facing vacuum. Now we are seeing Wagner in Mali. Wagner was in South Africa before. And there is a danger of leaving that vacuum. The UN has to play its role fully and make sure that it has all the force and all the means to fulfill its duty. If they don't do it, we'll have other things, and it will only make things complicated. Right now we are seeing frictions between the Wagner forces and the UN, even preventing them from operating very well. My best friend was the chief of MINUSCA, and he was telling me how difficult it was, and even Wagner making the operations difficult, sabotaging the equipments or the communications. So we have a danger now. If the UN does not rethink its role and change its role and upgrade its intervention, but also we have also to make sure that when we do it, also we have enough means, financial means, the right equipment, and then with that we'll have the right mindset to really change things around. But the way we are operating right now, we are going towards the wall, and we will fail. And that said also, as we said earlier, I think we need to involve more regional organizations who know the terrains better, where we can have very easily a commonality of vision, a commonality of approach, And all the examples we have seen, as I mentioned, with the ECOWAS forces, they have always operated very swiftly and very efficiently without any hindrance from coming from the population, and it always went well. I think we should first prioritize that approach.
Yeah, and thank you. I just have like 3 points. I mean, I'm from the civil society side, so I think the military part, I think you're better than me on that. But we mentioned a lot trust. Rethinking stabilization mission, I think to succeed, they need the population to trust them, which is quite difficult right now. As I mentioned at the beginning, I said, do we believe in them? No. Do we need them? Yes. And I think it's create a space where we have to start to talk to each other more. And to do so, for me, really very specifically, I think about like the civil affairs division and the gender division, which are for me the poorest division in the UN mission in CAR. But where lays the power of the people, where the UN can really have access to the civil society, where they can help. I mean, we need, as I said, we need their support. Sometimes it's not just about funding. That's also the point. We need them sometimes to cover us. Because as I mentioned, and I say it again, the civic space is shrinking. We have a lot of propaganda, and no one is ready to fight propaganda. No one, I think no one here. It's just now that we start to understand what propaganda is. We grow up in an educational system where they just teach us that propaganda is bad. No one explained to you how it happened, how it works, and how to respond to it. And most of our leaders, they don't know how to fight with it. Even the UN staff. I mean, it's something quite new. So for me, we need that space to start to talk to each other. We are facing more or less the same challenges. And the second point, like for me, is to give more support to the civil affairs and the gender division. The second thing for me is to have like, accountability. Sometimes we have the feeling that UN do not recognize when the mission is wrong. And it's really bad for the trust. I just can trust someone where as civil society, we receive complaints coming from communities saying that maybe one of the military, part of the mission, raped or did something wrong, and then we go and we talk about it to the UN mission, and nothing happened. We just have statements where they strongly combat, and we don't need strongly combat. We want to see justice. And how can you promote justice when you are not even able to show it? I mean, we don't know what's happened to all the complaints that we receive. I mean, that we send to the UN. And so the trust is completely down on that part. For me, accountability can help to rebuild also, to rethink the stabilization. And the last point for me is the selection of the forces. I mean, there's Nepalese. Thank you for their service in our country. Really thank you for that. But they don't speak French. They don't speak French. And the UN send them in the most dangerous, complicated area. How do you want to collaborate with the community, the population, if you don't speak French? And sometimes it's just like sign language. We all do that when we go on the field. It's sign language, and sometimes things it's happened different situations when we have to explain things quickly to them, and you don't have the time to to move and to explain. And so, because I'm lucky enough to speak English, but my colleagues there, they don't speak English. So it's quite difficult for me. It also destroys the link that the community can have with the population. And I really support the point of view that you mentioned on the importance also to have maybe, I would not say, more African in the country as a CAR, because there's a kind of continental link that can help to improve the situation. I think Pan-Africanism is something that we have, even though we don't know how to express it most of the time. But when it comes to supporting each other, I think it can help. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that the time is going, but we wanted to leave some room for questions from the floor as well. So I think there's someone with the microphone. So we'll take 2 or 3 questions from the floor.
Great. Thank you very much. A fantastic panel. My question is to Madam Director here. First, I want to say I've spent several nights up in Gao at the UN Super Camp and at the one run by the Chinese Blue Helmets as well, and visited your offices a few years ago. You did mention, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Wagner Group was playing a positive role in Mali and that you had to engage all partners there. characterizing them as positive. I'd love to hear you out on that. It stands in very stark contrast to the ambassador's comments about what they did in CAR. So number one, how would you characterize what they're doing as positive? And number two, if it is actually positive in Mali, what do you think the quid pro quo is for that?
I think we can take the 3 questions and then we can. Madame here had a question, and then someone in the front.
Thank you for the wonderful panel. Now, to the lady who is a future leader of Africa on the right side. My question is, we have now discarded the UN, okay? El Baradei, the former chief of the Atomic Energy Agency, told me yesterday, forget the UN at the moment, forget any blue helmet missions. Now, you said you have Russians in the country and others. Can you specify? Are they the Chinese? Do these others speak your language? Can you trust these others? And how much propaganda are you dished out by the others? Please specify. Thank you.
And then
I don't have question, I just have comment if you want. 2 minutes. My name is Ibrahim. I'm emotionally connected with Sahel because I'm coming from there. I'm from Mali, and I was born in Gao, is just north of Mali, and I study forestry because I like forest and I like also animals, and why I study forestry in this beautiful country of Slovenia, at the best faculty of forestry in the world. So when I see this panel, I was very excited because I see the names. I see also that I met a friend, Minister, State Secretary Spogar, my countryman. And I prepared myself for 2 minutes, and really, when I saw this panel, I don't have no more comment, but I just want to talk because I promised to my colleagues that I will talk in this panel. So that will not a problem if I go home. And I just did a little preparation. So I saw and I check. Afghanistan meet the problem 1 year when it came in Slovenia. 44 years the problem was in Afghanistan. In Sahel, we have a problem 10 years. And the problem started in Ukraine, half years. My hope is that we will not have the same problem in Sahel like we have in Afghanistan and also in Afghanistan, in Ukraine. So even the expression of Sahel for me is confused because most of people don't know that Sahel is not a country. It is a geopolitical and ecological poem. I don't know, not poem, a point, data. So Sahel is around 3 million square kilometers. Even Mali, we're talking Mali, my country, Mali is twice than France. So I just tell you that people know how difficulties such nation has when they come in some country, big countries. And Mali is multicultural, and I'm not sure that the mission prepares themselves when they go to Africa. And that's why they fail, as she said. In Mali, people don't believe in Barkhane, and that's why they say French people to go out. They didn't believe in French people. And now is the problem because French people have to go out from Mali. It's painful for them, but this is a situation. Why? Because people said that they don't trust in them. You say, she tells us that they don't trust UN. When I grew up, I believe in UN. I believe in UN. But today, I don't believe in UN. Why? Because they have some problems. So UN have to also think about how to be efficacious in these countries. So I hope that UN will succeed. In also other partners who came, in Mali, Russia is not for us a new partner. At the independence, when France blocked Mali, Russia helped Mali, and we had the most efficacious army in the West Africa. Mr. Young can confirm this. And what is the problem in Sahel? In Sahel, the problem is the failure of the politics. Let's be honest. As the minister said, Bogar, we should ask and do problems, African solution for African problems. And Africans, we just say, okay, France will solve, America will solve, and this is, we have to do our homework. And that's why I'm very satisfied to see a young leader, and you also, that we have hope in African youth, that they solve the problems and they are much mature than us. And to stabilize these countries, we have to collaborate. First, on our local levels, as she said, we have to give power to the local populations. And after, local institutions. And after, collaborated with the international institution, because we are on one ship in this world. And I want just to say thank you to give me the word, and I think that I'm very satisfied of this panel, and I think that I will sleep today very, very nice.
Thank you. Lubna, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I just wanted to come back. I mean, I didn't say it was a positive, of course, partnership, that it's a chosen partner. But what we hear, I mean, the government is saying basically, these are our partners, they are training our troops, they are, they're providing training, they're providing equipment. This is the narrative we are hearing. And also, you have to keep in mind that within a lapse of few months, the government or the population, everybody in Mali has seen some concrete results in the field, which means fighting terrorists. I mean, yeah, they were people that have been, the bad guys have been killed, have been chased, etc. And that's exactly the problem. And I think that the issue is here, again, it comes to the trust in the previous force, Barkhane, the French force that was there, that had been there for a decade, almost, which has not yielded the same results. And that's why there is this comparison. And basically the government and the population and civil society is saying, well, these guys have come with true equipment, true partnership, and look, they're already given results. Why the others have been here for many, many years, but we haven't seen anything concrete. I am not saying this is right or wrong. I'm just telling you what's the situation. And plus, like the gentleman said, the Russia-Mali collaboration or cooperation has been going on for many years. The oldest embassy in Bamako is the Russian embassy. I mean, they have been there for many years. So there has been that history of, and most of the government, government people have been trained, educated in Russia, etc., military or civilians. So there is a history there. So it's not totally new. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Cassie?
Mm-hmm. Yes, to answer to the question, I think nothing is all white or all black at some point. When it comes to analyzing the presence of the different actors, and in CAR officially we have Wagner, and then we also have the Rwandese military there. And as I said, nothing is white or all black. I think to understand what is happening, and how, as you just mentioned, we have to take like our feelings away, to have really a cold analysis of what is happening on the ground. and the presence of those actors, and mainly Wagner there. If they speak our language, no, but they speak the language of propaganda, which is quite sensitive to people. How they do that? They use TV. I mean, they use a movie. They create a movie. I think we all know about Rambo, which is one of the main American heroes. But now in car, my generation, we used to play Rambo. I mean, you know, when we play a war game, you know, my brother is Rambo, and sometimes I'm the bad one, so I'm the Russian. We grew up with that idea. But now in car, we have young people or kids playing like the new hero that they create. And now we have 2 movies produced by Wagner in car, and it's quite sensitive for our young people to see that. And they projected, they show it in the main stadium, and there was thousands of people there. The second thing is that they have radio. They use a lot of radio where they teach Russian to people. So you can listen to the radio, and people, this is the main media in car. And so people also feel that they learn something new. And when you listen to what they said in the word that, I mean, in the sentence that you have to learn from that radio show, the sentence are kind of, I'm happy Russia is supporting car, but you have to learn it in Russian. And it's quite, for me, it's quite smart. Because like people are learning, and when you see young people around, how do you call it, around their base, most of the time they shout it because they learn at the radio, you know. This is the third thing, and the last one, I think it's they have the strong support of the government. President Touadéra established like a strong political party. They have a really good strategy in terms of life visibility, but also. You know, their voice have really quite heard, and they have a lot of people behind them, and they speak a lot of words sometimes. But I just can compare the way Wagner is working and the way the UN is working. For me, it's quite different. I see the UN as partners. I see Wagner as something that I don't know much about, but that I keep looking at. But I'm kind of like stepping back and trying to have a cold analysis and understanding of what is happening. So, yeah. Yes, but the Chinese are more, they are not visible. I mean, let's say that they spend more time in the countryside digging than fighting at some point. So, yeah.
And on that note, well, I know that the time is out, so I want to really thank the organizers of the forum for giving us this opportunity to have this very interesting exchange. I want to thank each of the panelists, Kessie, Ambassador Nyang, State Secretary Lubna. Thank you all for spending your time here. And if I can just conclude, I think that the consensus on my last question, is stabilization fit for purpose? The answer is perhaps not. That doesn't mean it's not important, though. And perhaps what's important is that it is rethought. And some of what needs to be rethought is the mandate, the participation, and how inclusive it is, whether it's applying the lessons learned, because it's not something new, and whether or not it should be done only by multilateral actors, or if there is a better place to work through regional and more contextually appropriate actors. So thank you again for your time, and enjoy I guess this is the end of the forum, so thank you, everybody.